And we are live on YouTube. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning into the YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us for Coffee in Tow. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Thank you for joining us right here on YouTube for Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Having a little chit chat on the back end here. Welcome to the studio audience, courtesy of Fanbase. We are here weekdays starting at 9:35 a.m. on YouTube. We're trying to get this simultaneous dual stream going, but unfortunately, we had to end the internet radio stream so that we could be here with you on YouTube. As always, we kick it off in the Caribbean corner. But before doing so, this is something we always do. We got to touch base with our fan base family, and fan base is where we host the show. Yes, if you want to, voice your perspectives, thoughts, opinions, and any of the stories that you hear, I invite you to join us on Fanbase. Yeah, and you can watch Fanbase or join us on Fanbase and watch YouTube. All right, so happy Monday, Javette, Marlon, Adesoji, Tasha, Tracy, welcome. Okay, hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Great show yesterday, Adesoji. Adesoji Speaks Knowledge comes on every Sunday. Yes. Learn the truth, the real news. It's African news and everything related to the continent of Africa. Great show yesterday, Adesoji. The hypocrisy. Mm. We call it as we see it, right? We call it out. We
Very
can't do
much so.
anything but
Very.
call it out. It's who we are.
I mean, especially when it's so loud and brazen like that, you
Exactly.
have no option than to call it anything, as they would say.
Call a thing a thing. Indeed. Yeah, I ain't got no time for the foolishness. And I don't know why people are afraid of truth. People are afraid of accountability. People are afraid of, they like to, I don't know. I don't know. I can't explain. I'm not a time to try to get in their head at a
Because it
soldier.
means because it means you have to then do something, which is the reason why they're in denial in the first place. Because once you face up to the fact that you're living a reality, you're gonna have to deal with that reality in time.
Mm-hmm.
But at the moment now, people tend to want to exist fictionally. So we have a fictional existence,
Mm-hmm.
but then when reality hits, we pretend as if we don't know that that was the case in the first place. So
In the first place.
yeah.
Absolutely. All right. It is what it is. But we thank you so much for you and Brother Milton doing the right thing by exposing the truth. And because a lot of people are unaware, they think that, oh, this is the USA, the great USA, and they can do no wrong. No one in this world is perfect. No government system in this world is perfect. None.
Yeah, it is the great USA to be fair, but we're living an illusion. So
Putting it mildly, right? All right. So first up, out of the Caribbean corner, let's see what do we have here for y'all. Where's my runner show? Here we go. All right. So first up, courtesy of Mr. President was busy this weekend. He sent me a lot of articles, and I really appreciate it. It helped to cut down my research time. So I want to say thank you to Mr. President. Always appreciate you. Yeah.
So you were not doing your research.
I did my research, but he helped me out a great deal by sending over a lot of stories. I don't. You know what? You got me there. You got me there. You certainly got me there. Yeah,
That's why we're British.
yeah, that's there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so first up, UWI's Sir Hilary Beckles announced as chairman of the United Nations University. I didn't even know there was a university called United Nations University. Well, this article comes to us courtesy of DominicaNewsOnline.com. On December 7, 2024, the Governance Council of the United Nations University, UNU, convened in Tokyo, Japan, where it unanimously appointed Professor Sir Hilary Beckles as its new chairman chancellor, effective May 2025. This appointment, announced via statement by the UWI, marks an important transition as the university approaches its 50th anniversary. The council expressed confidence in Sir Hilary's leadership, highlighting his established reputation as a strategic planner in higher education, a respected scholar, and a prominent thought leader in development thinking. The anticipation of working under his chairmanship reflects the council's commitment to fostering leadership that aligns with the university's goals during this significant milestone. So, Sir Hilary Beckles brings extensive experience from his long standing involvement in various capacities within the United Nations system. His past roles include serving as a consultant for the United Nations Development Report, focusing on Latin America and the Caribbean, participating in committees related to the global future of higher education, and acting as a let me clear my throat historian for UNESCO's prestigious Slave Roots Project. Why are you laughing at us, Soj? It's too early. Well, it's afternoon for you. It's kind of early in the morning for us. So, anybody familiar with the United Nations University? Have you ever heard of it, Adesoji?
Yes, yes, yes,
It's
yes.
my first time, actually.
So basically, what it means is scholars in the Caribbean, all over the world, anyway, especially those that are signed up to the UN Charter, would create bodies of studies. I mean, if you go on the UNESCO, I say UNESCO, UNICEF site, you will see lots of articles that have been contributed by these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, it's almost like a peer research of world, you know, world anthropology. But the thing about when you are appointed to United Nations, again, we talked earlier about the US being an illusion.
Mm-hmm.
By extension, the United Nations too is an illusion of something that is
Mm-hmm.
not real. That is not real. So you get out of it what you will.
Right.
So it's almost like you're having a meal, but you know certain parts of that meal have not been thoroughly cooked. You will only eat the part that is quite edible. The rest you will chuck away.
Mm.
So some of those bodies by the UN are both, how can I say it? Both a carrot and a stick.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, let's just look at it this way. The United States contribute a large proportion of the budget of the United Nations.
Mm-hmm.
So look at it from this point of view. If you think something is going to be anti the United States, would you think they will back it? Considering the fact that the United States has been on record twice
Mm-hmm.
defunding the United Nations. And
Twice.
yeah, twice. And this guy had to step in. The first time he was Ted Turner of CNN that had to step in with giving them $1 billion. And then fairly recently again, it's happened. this time under Biden. So I I love and loathe them. And especially if you know the history of the United Nations itself,
Uh-huh.
yeah, how can I say it? It's like the gentleman from Jamaica that went to join the World Bank.
The
Exactly.
IMF.
Yeah. Okay, the IMF. Yes. So yeah. So yeah. Kudos to him. He's an okay. Another part. Usually they don't have people that would shake the apple tree.
Mhm.
So it's people that would just go onto the tree and just rest and not,
Mm.
and just feast on the fruits from time to time and fly away. So you sort of know what you're gonna get. You're not going to get anything fundamentally key in thought or practice with him being especially with him being a sir, a knight of the realm.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
There
yeah,
you
yeah.
go. There you
Yes,
go. So
yes,
so
yes. Yes, 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 yes. Great point. Great point. It's interesting that we're having this conversation. I thank Mr. President again for this article. Sean, I sent you the invite. Good morning. Good morning. Um, so I came across a post on TikTok, an image, and in this image, excuse me, I'm trying to find it back. In this image, at the top is the country of Haiti, right? And the image is depicting poverty. People with their hands on their jaws, sitting down, um, in despair, a sense of hopelessness. And then below, when you're in school and you're doing geography and you're learning about the core of the earth, the different layers, right? Okay. So beneath the earth's surface, you're going to see, excuse me, all the different natural resources that Haiti has that the first world wants to get their hands on. And that being said, that is okay, yeah, I found the picture back. Okay, the reason why Haitians are dying, and I'm so sorry, I said it wrong. The people are sitting down in what is looked like a wattle and daub house, and if you know history about what they call wattle and daub, you'll get an idea. So beneath the surface, oil, uranium, petrol, gold, diamonds. And the person wrote, but y'all will die one by one. Our ancestors will break y'all necks. That land was made for us. Right? Okay. Do I need to say anything else, Adesoji? No. Hold on. I will say something else. I thought about the United Nations. How long has the United Nations been in Haiti? Go ahead, Sean. Go right ahead. Unless Sean will put
I
this. Yeah, yeah.
I didn't mean to. My fault.
That's okay. That's okay, Sean. Happy Monday. Happy Monday.
I'm like, wait, why am I being the spotlight right now? I
Because
didn't realize my mic was open. My fault.
it's
Go
okay.
carry on.
No worries. No worries. All right. How long has the United Nations been in Haiti?
how long has the United States been in Haiti? Because the United States is the United Nations.
Can you say that louder for the folks in the back?
Uh, the United States is the United Nations.
And they're
So
also who? World Bank. And who
the
else? IMF.
the
And who
the,
else?
the NATO.
Okay.
They're also the global. Now it's no longer the global agreement on trade and tariffs. Now it's the what's it called again? World Trade Organization. So yeah,
So, I mean, we're not bashing the US. We're just highlighting some facts. Mm, right? So, of course, I'm going on Google, right? Lord have mercy, because we have to do our research. The peacekeeping operation, okay, so they've had several peacekeeping operations, quite frankly. Haiti has been a member of the United Nations since 1945. What else do I need to say? Tell me how the United Nations there has benefited Haiti.
The key there is the date.
1945.
And the
Oh, oh,
United
oh,
Nations.
hold on, Adesoji, hold on. According to the United Nations, Haiti has been a founding member of the United
Exact.
Nations.
That was what I was about to
Okay,
say.
go right ahead. They played a
Okay.
key role in the hold on there, make we teach them and beat them now. At the soldier. If you know the familiar with that say, we're going to teach them and beat
So
them.
yeah,
Right?
you hold right ahead.
Nobody else now can tell we no foolishness, nobody now can turn we in idiot. We know what we know. Okay? Thank God for research. Haiti has been a founding member of the United Nations since 1945. In 1948, Haiti played a key role in the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In particular, thanks to the Haitian Senator Emile St. Laud, rapporteur of the editorial board of the UDHR. Haiti is also one of the first countries to join UNESCO in 1946. One of the first collaborations between the United Nations and the government of Haiti was carried out in 1947. It was a partnership with UNESCO to promote an initiative in the field of education in the towns of Marvial and La Fonde in Jacmel. Partnerships between the United Nations and Haiti have gradually increased since this first collaboration. Since 2020, the UN family in Haiti is comprised of 19 agencies, funds, and programs, and the United Nations Integrated Office in Haiti. I'm done. Take it over, Adesoji. Thank you so much. Happy Monday, RoSolo. Go ahead, Soji.
And so yes,
Happy Monday. Happy Monday, everyone.
happy Monday, happy Monday. And so the the key thing is not even the fact that they're part of this thing. It's that if you're a founding member of something, and all of a sudden things now get you become the proverbial African stone that things happen to. Question is, what happened? Which is often lost in conversation. And so with the case of Haiti, Haiti has been deliberately impeded at every moment in its history. So joining the United Nations in the 1940s, and we're now in basically almost the 80th year. Yeah, it will be the 80th year this year. Question is, who is to blame? But we know, because you need look no further than the United States, unfortunately. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for them as well. So that's it. That's the nation of the place. And it's been used as an example to everywhere else where the hue of the people look like that. That is your lot. So when you're talking about the minerals underneath their foot, the United Nations also did a survey in Africa in 1959, and the findings was published in a book titled The Natural Resources of Africa in 1964. And so if you look at Africa now and you find out there is a war going on somewhere, go and consult that book. There is a high probability that the reason there is war there is because of what that statement you ended up with previously, which is that stuff is ours to get. Unfortunately, it's said by the wrong people. Are you?
Folks, don't forget to also watch the live stream while you're here. Turn the live stream. Thank you, please, and thank you. Okay, so I'm going back to the article at Adesoji, right? And the article says UWI's Sir Hilary Beckles announced as Chairman Chancellor of the United Nations University And I admitted unashamedly that I was not aware there was a university called the United Nations University. The United Nations University. Why am I laughing? Who remembers when I said this? And I've been saying this quite a bit. When we talk about politicians, right? And you'll understand where I'm going when we're done. So remember I said there has to be a school where once you get into politics, that it seems as though you must enroll in this school because history, statistics, facts have shown us that they all operate the same way to varying degrees, right? Varying degrees. But for the most part, they all operate the same way. It's no longer about the people, but about self. And there are certain behaviors that are displayed that makes you come to the conclusion that there is a body with which they must align themselves and operate in accordance. Now, you said something with regards to the United Nations here at Adesoji. We can't, you're going there, don't go in there, go ruffle no feathers. Come in, find your seat, sit down, and learn. Don't you dare try to change how we operate. We have our business model in place, and we will stick to that. We don't care that you care what about anybody else. What we needed to do is care about what we want you to do. I'm not, well, if you have a United Nations university that in some way, shape, or form is going to, what's the word when you we said the word last week, when you try to have everybody on the same train of thought where everybody thinks the same. What's the term? Out of mercy.
Indoctrination.
Indoctrination. Thank you. Hmm. I'm just wondering. Just wondering. So here we have someone, a representative of the Caribbean. His thing is, and let me go back to the paragraph where it said Sir Hilary Beckles brings extensive experience from his long-standing involvement in various capacities within the United Nations system. His past roles include serving as a consultant for the United Nations Development Report, focusing on Latin America and the Caribbean. So when you work in the capacity of consultant, it is deemed that you are going to be making recommendations that are conducive and reasonable and suitable to the betterment of the Latin American and Caribbean region. No? Okay. Let's carry on. Participating in committees related to the global future of higher education and acting as a historian for UNESCO's prestigious Slave Routes Project. What is the Slave Routes Project? I'm interested. What is this? So back to Google I go. And I'm sorry to be spending a little time on this. I'll make up the time because we're going to get through all the other stories, right? But I'm tired of the brainwashing. I'm tired of the red bow, you know, that big red bow that we slap on top of gifts, right? And then when you open the gift, you're like, okay. How do you pronounce this, Adesoji? Ouida. Is it Ouida?
Yeah, Wida.
Ouida. Okay.
Yeah.
So the
That's
Slave Route Project is a UNESCO initiative officially launched in 1994 in Ouida, Benin, in studying the causes, the modalities, and the consequences of slavery and the slave trade. The project seeks to enhance the understanding of diverse histories and heritages stemming from this global tragedy. So it's 2024, 2025, sorry. And you're still studying the causes, the modalities, and the consequences of the slave trade. Why are we stuck there? We have been stuck there.
Yeah, but the question also is, if you're going to grab a thief, yeah, you don't hold a thief by the elbow, do you? You hold them by the wrist, isn't it? So why are you starting at the elbow?
Morning, James. Good morning. By the way, love that video. Check out James on Carib 21 Network on YouTube. Very informative videos. Does a deep dive into various topics that
Yeah,
affect the
I
Caribbean
love,
and the
I love the
diaspora.
ambience.
Yes, yes,
You
yes.
look very executive.
Yes, yes, yeah. Well, well, well. Go ahead, James. Do your thing.
Yeah, Beckles he's the head of University of the West Indies, right? The same guy from Barbados.
Yeah, that's
Allegedly.
the one. Yeah, used to
Allegedly.
be. Used to be.
Okay, I think what is suspicious about this, like, because Barbados is leading in terms of the Caribbean Reparation Committee that they set up, and I think he did a lot of studies in it. He did a lot of the findings. So it's kind of interesting if they're going to try to move him, like if that's going to affect the Caribbean Reparation Committee, like if it's a strategic move to kind of put them on the back foot in terms of, because one of Mia Motley main agenda is that, and CARICOM, because of COVID, there's some setback in CARICOM because her mission is, because I think she's the spearhead. She's spearheading CARICOM now. So one of her main objective, it seemed like, is almost to use CARICOM. You see what the Federation was supposed to be back in 58. Like they're trying to put CARICOM, make CARICOM be that. So one Caribbean, so easy flow of people and goods and services throughout the Caribbean. So that's what they're trying to establish, like a one Caribbean, and they're using CARICOM to do that. But because of COVID, there are some setbacks. So I feel like whenever you have someone, this is almost like what happened with the finance minister of Jamaica. Like they see things happening and they're like, okay, let's grab these people because the Caribbean look like they're moving in the right direction. So let's pull them out from the system. It seemed like something similar to that. Yeah, because it's suspicious. Because he's the one, if I'm correct, him and what's her name, the professor from the University of the West Indies, they went to the vault that was opened up in the UK. There's a vault that opened up every almost 100 years or something like that. That they're able to see like court documents from the Morant Bay Rebellion, from a lot of those stuff that happened. And people that were tried and executed in the Caribbean, slaves, and so they are spearheading it. So it seemed very suspicious that they're pulling him in a different direction.
Oh boy. I have a saying: Tom drunk, but Tom no fool. That's all I'm gonna say. Tom is drunk, but Tom is no fool. And we need to open up our minds, and think a little more. We need to stop just taking things at face value. No, yeah, we do a lot of that. There's always something to something.
My late father would say, when somebody comes on TV and says, "Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This evening we're happy to report to you from." Stop. Think. Why now is it necessary for them to tell you what they are about to tell you?
I like how you count the words. Yeah.
Yes, so that's key because you have to follow each word. That's why he was saying it that way. He said you have to follow each word, and each word sometimes actually stands on their own. Here is Sir Hilary Beckles. The name alone tells you who he is representing. Establishment. He's now being brought to oversee an issue that is likely to have impact on the general, general conversation about a particular subject that Europe has been trying to sort of bury. Now, is it the sort of person that you will call for instance, a Walter Rodney? Clearly not. Is he someone that you will call let me see, who else is an historian that does that kind of work? Someone like Tony Falola, who is in Texas? No, he's not. Is he someone like, who else is here? What's his name? David Olusoga. No, he's not. So he's not going to rock the boat. And the fact that they pulled him off a project to come here suggests, like James said, it's either of two things. It's either to derail the project he was previously dealing with, or to slow it down. So question is, how instrumental is he, even on that project, that his absence or presence will drive it in a particular position? Yes, it gives us a veneer of respectability. But if the Barbados government is keen and serious about what they do, go and look for students who have nothing to lose. There are students who will do that work for free. Believe you me, they will. Let's not use such incendiary language.
No, be careful.
They will rock the house. Let's just put it that way. Are you?
Yeah. All right. So let me just read one thing and then we move on. Oh, by the way, James, I learned something new with regard to the ferry system. The Maple. What is it called? That ship, that ferry, back in the day, and Jamaica voted,
the federal,
and Jamaica didn't want to be on board. The Federal Maple.
Yeah, the Federal Maple. Yeah, Federal Maple and the Royal Maple, two massive ships that was apart, covered the entire Caribbean. But
I hope you do a part two.
Yeah, when Jamaica voted it out, then Canada pulled them.
Yeah,
those
I hope
ships.
you do a part two because I'd love to hear more information as to why Jamaica circumvented the initiative.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. All right. You know, sometimes we cut off a face, cut off a nose to spite with face, but that's how it go. All right. Oh, let me read this real quick. So in his acceptance speech, Sir Hillary acknowledged the vote of confidence from the University Council and representatives from the United Nations and other organizations. He reaffirmed his commitment to steering the UNU during its 50th year in collaboration with the Vice Chancellor and Council. Sir Hillary described his appointment as a significant honor, not only for UWI, but also for the Caribbean region and the Global South, emphasizing that this leadership role would further enhance the university's reputation and international connectivity. The UWI statement describes the position as honorary, with a mandate to facilitate the leadership of the rector or vice chancellor of the university and to guide the council in a manner that sustains the confidence of international. Let me read a little part there again. And to guide the council in a manner that sustains the confidence of international and internal stakeholders, primarily the leadership of the United Nations, faculty members and managers, private sector investors, and students. All right. I just said that. Okay. Next up. Lord have mercy. Boys need targeted mentorship, inclusive engagement, skills training to help close gender gap in Caribbean education, according to experts. This article also courtesy of Mr. President. And let me go ahead and pin this right here. So according to the Voices LU or the Voice SLU.com, experts have called for targeted mentorship for boys, more inclusive teaching, skills, and entrepreneurship training, and encouraged stronger homeschool partnerships to address the widening education gap in the Caribbean, where are twice as likely as girls to repeat grades or drop out at primary and secondary levels. Boys in the region face disproportionate challenges at all stages of education. According to data from UNESCO at the tertiary level, there are 124 women enrolled for every 100 men in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is compared to the global average of 113 women for every 100 men. An urgent call for action to help shift the dynamics came during the keynote session, Education for All, creating inclusive, gender responsive, and learner centered systems in education at the Regional Symposium and Policy Dialogue on Transforming Education, which was held in the Cayman Islands back in October of 2024. Panel experts identified various barriers that contribute to boys' disengagement, such as traditional teaching methods that fail to engage them, a shortage of male teachers and role models, and social pressures for young men to become prematurely breadwinners due to absent fathers. All right, let's do a deep dive in this one. Anybody want to go ahead of me? How do you feel about this article? So they have highlighted the traditional teaching methods that fail to engage them, a shortage of male teachers and role models, the social pressures for young men to become prematurely breadwinners due to absent fathers. Anybody wants to go ahead of me?
Okay, so when they say traditional teaching methods, what do they mean? Do they mean the colonial way of teaching?
Yes.
Okay,
Where
so
they pump the book, you must know the book, back cover to cover. You need to
okay,
be able to
so
regurgitate.
even with the article itself, that's deeply problematic. If you think that's the traditional method that people used to teach, back in the day, they would say, "Moment, could you bring me that stuff and stand next to me?" That's how they taught us, by showing, not flicking books. They will show you. My dad, like I was saying earlier, my dad would say, when they tell you stuff, this is how you know, that kind of thing. So he's ingraining in you the critical aspect of thinking and engaging with your reality. So, yes, there's an element to the colonial style education, which is rote learning. It's the colonial style education is not there for you to think. It's instructive for you to do. And when you do, you're not doing what will serve your own community. So that's why people tend to be disengaged, because they don't see themselves in what they're being taught. So yes, we can talk about lack of role models, because clearly that's not where the interest lies. Has the educational system ever engaged with the parents and the students to say, oh, what is it about the way we teach you that we can work on? No. It's the same way you were taught, that your kids will be taught, that your grandkids will be taught. Because if we look at various countries, Caribbean and Africa, they inherited an educational system and they've done nothing to change it. Nothing. I kid you not. If you went back into your secondary school today and you sat in a class, there's a high probability that in the course of that day, you would remember 70% of the stuff you were taught are still the same being taught today. So who is that to blame? Who is to blame? Not you, but clearly the person who is asking the question has not do internal soul searching for you to now put out a report saying this is the problem. No, you need to look at the issue. The issue is clearly the educational system is not, and I repeat, not fit for purpose. Talk less of in the 21st century. It's not.
So let me ask you a question, Adesoji. Let us hone in on something here in the article. When they talk about the social pressures for young men to become prematurely breadwinners due to absent fathers, is that something we should ignore? Because we've heard it so many times. Oh, you need to be the man of the house, step up. And we, as women, single mothers who are single by choice or by some unfortunate situation, be it death or divorce or intrusion. How shouldn't we be addressing that? Because yes, a lot of boys do drop out because they feel that it's necessary for them to provide, because their mother has now tasked them with the responsibility of being the head of the household.
When you say, we also have to be mindful. When you say a lot, what do you mean by a lot?
Well, in the Caribbean. Well,
Yeah,
in Jamaica.
I mean, some of what obtains in the Caribbean also obtains in Nigeria, for example. So that's what I'm saying. When we say a lot, is that the narrative of our society, or someone is trying to build a narrative around something in order to get attention, to bring attention? Okay, let's just play humor me this. In a class of 30 boys, if 5 boys drop out, is that a lot in the grand scheme of things?
No.
Considering that, say that 5 in that school, say 5 in that school drops out, will we say that is a lot? The reason I say that is there's a way to capture that 5 without making it the core subject of the entire thing you're looking at. So that's a societal question.
Okay,
That's
what
not
you're saying.
So that's not a question for the entire flunking or, underachievement of the education system. So bereavement happens. Fathers decide, you know what, my presence is not best served here, and do whatever it is they think is best in their own mind, right? Divorces happened, even health issues happen. When those kids take upon the issue of providing for their family, how is the society capturing them to say, yes, okay, this is your new reality, but here are options to help you navigate those new realities? Like, I'll give you an example. Back in the day, when I was going to school in secondary school, there are girls who got put in the family way with teenage pregnancy and what have you. They still had school to attend. Once the baby came through, they came back to school. It wasn't that they dropped off completely. But eventually, once the Western world got involved in our economic matters, the money that should have been provided, that were providing those to provide those schemes, got taken away and put somewhere else. Then that was taken away from those girls. And then that became a general societal issue, an issue that would have been. Let me take this call.
Go ahead. I don't know. I think we have some responsibility to bear when we're telling our boys, you're the man of the house. Because right away, if we keep telling them that, aren't we subtly, probably not even subtly, aren't we forcing them to take on a responsibility that is not theirs to bear? I don't know.
Yeah. The problem moments. I think the problem with the Caribbean and education. Education is a part of the problem, a part of the solution, but it's also a part of the problem in the Caribbean, right? And the reason why I say that, if you look at the timing and when the numbers, the numbers started falling in the Caribbean, right around independence, right in the 60s and 70s, that's when the numbers start falling. And Jamaica and other places in the Caribbean have seen, since for my entire lifetime, it's been a 65 to 70% women tertiary level education, right? It's been a long time since it's that ratio. 65 to 70% of women are occupying the spaces in the universities, right? Tertiary level education. But what is interesting, because I'm doing a video and I'm doing some research, there are 7 Caribbean islands that have a higher literacy rate than America. And all of those islands are still, they have a higher crime rate. They're still impoverished compared to America.
Give me two of them. Give me two of
Well,
them.
Barbados is number 1 in the Caribbean. Jamaica is has a higher literacy rate than the United States of America. Like in that research, they said something 56 million Americans are educated at a grade 5 level of education. Yeah. So the reason why I'm saying this is because it's not, the education is not the biggest problem in the Caribbean. I think there's some deliberate act that happened back in the 70s that kind of turned the Caribbean in a different direction, because trades was one of the big thing that before independence, trade was a big thing. And in the 70s, early in the 80s, trades was a big thing. What I've noticed since leaving Jamaica, what I've noticed in Canada, what I've noticed in America, a lot of the movers and shakers of the world did not go to university. And I think we have a system where we say, like, if you don't go to university, you're not smart. What an interesting stat also is that in, I'll use Ontario. In Ontario, Portuguese Canadians have a higher rate. Portuguese men in Canada have a higher dropout rate than black men in Canada. But when the Portuguese men drop out of school, is their parents, is a decision that they make together. Like, look, I don't think I'm the book person. I'm going to go into the family business. And so Portuguese and they control almost all of Canada real estate. So like as a 15, 16-year-old boy, you drop out of school in Canada, you're gone straight to be making $40 an hour in trades. So I think that is a big problem in the Caribbean. When I went to Barbados the other day, and like about 80% of the businesses is controlled by other people. And I was having a conversation, people that are not from Barbados. And I was having a conversation with someone, and they said, Bajans don't really want those jobs because we have a lot of doctors, a lot of lawyers, a lot of nurses. So we're focused on that type of education, while other groups like the Chinese, the Portuguese, they have a mixture with trades, business-minded people. They're the ones that own 80% of the stores in Barbados, in Jamaica, the jewelry stores, the furniture store, the anything that you business-wise, they're the one that owns those stuff. So I think it probably was a deliberate act because Jamaica was big on trades back, as I said, in the 60s. When I was going to school as a 9-year-old, we were learning to make picture frames. In carpentry school, you were learning to do all the stuff. You had the German engineering school in Jamaica that you learn how to put up cars, pull it down and put it back together. And a lot of those programs no longer exist. So I think that's a big part of the problem. A lot of men, they don't want to pick up book, they want trades.
Okay. All right. So in other words, so let me go back to the article. We have to move away from the traditional teaching methods that pretty much don't engage them, right? The last thing I want to hone in on, and then we're going to keep it moving, is the shortage of male teachers and role models. I know we've had several in-depth conversations as it relates to the importance of the male figure, especially in the lives of young boys, right? Because yes, women, you're important. We're not saying you're not important, but there is something about that male figure that helps to shape them, prepare them for their role in society. So should we be seeking to balance the scales so that they're getting the masculine and the feminine touch within the classroom, when we take into consideration that many of them don't have father figures at home, or representation of what a decent man is at home, and we have to call a spade a spade. So should we be engaging more male teachers, and how does the Ministry of Education or the various Ministry of Educations across the Caribbean do that? How do they make it enticing for male teachers to come into the classroom to be able to have a positive effect on our young boys? Because we're not, as you pointed out, James, every university is not for everybody. And because go university don't mean say you're not smart. Not at all. But we all have our different callings. But what we want to know is that at least up until the high school level, when you graduate, you have a solid, sound foundation. At least you will have that.
But mom, the flip side of that too is that what I've realized in Jamaica, like that's why they say Jamaica is not a real place, because it's kind of confusing, right? Because okay, women represent, as I say, about 70% today of the university. But traditionally in Jamaica, when you look at the all boys schools, they outperform like the other schools in Jamaica. They leave them like miles away. They're leading. So they have a minority of young men that are in that education system, but that minority is they outperform everybody else by lengths. When you look at KC, you look at JC, Calabar, and you look at the top numbers across the Caribbean, a lot of those numbers come out of those boys' schools. So, what is it about those schools, all boys' schools, that have young men performing at such a high level, and why can't, for the past 60 years, we can't replicate that? Like all of those schools that have been in Jamaica for like that was started by like the Catholic Church and some other churches 100 years ago, that those are the top performing schools in Jamaica, using Jamaica as an example. Um, all of the other schools that came up, like you look at Manly, you look at Selassie, you look at Tarrant, all of those schools that came up after the 60s or the 50s, those schools are not performing as well. What is going on? Is it planned? Is it something that, because it just don't make sense that Calabar, JC, KC, Immaculate, Wilma's girls, those schools have been in Jamaica for over 100 years, and those are the schools that are performing. And some of the other schools that came about after, they can't replicate the same thing that's happening in those schools. So I don't know.
All right, let me give you the top 10 schools in Jamaica since we brought that up. Number 1 or number 10. Let me start number 10. St. Hilda's High, which is a girls' school. That's in St. Anne. Number 9, Manning's, which is Manning's School, which is co-ed. That's in Westmoreland. Glenmuir, co-ed. Clarendon. Montego Bay High, St. James, girls only. Hampton, girls only. St. Elizabeth. Woolmer's, boys only. Kingston and St. Andrew. Arden, co-ed. Kingston and St. Andrew. St. Andrew High, girls only. Kingston and St. Andrew. Immaculate Conception, girls only. Kingston and St. Andrew. And Campion College, co-ed. Kingston and St. Andrew. Interesting, James, because in the top 10 here in Jamaica, we only have one boys only school.
Oh, that's surprising. So Calabar and JC, they drop out? that is news. Yeah, because they have been traditionally up there. Calabar, KC, JC. Yeah, they have been traditionally up in the top performing schools. So that's interesting.
Interesting indeed, huh? All right, thank you so much. Something to revisit, a conversation to revisit, but we're going to keep it moving because we do have quite a few more stories to get through in the Caribbean corner. Up next, the influence of Asian powers in the Caribbean, and this one is courtesy of St. Vincent Times. And let's go ahead and jump into this one. As the contemporary Sino-American rivalry unfolds, marked by competition, between the great powers in virtually every domain of global power, the People's Republic of China, PRC, is mounting a challenge to U.S. power and influence in the Caribbean community, CARICOM. Recognizing that the stakes for U.S. interests are high in a context where the PRC ranks as the United States' most consequential strategic competitor, Washington is pursuing a diplomatic strategy to address the challenge. Wary of an ascendant China in CARICOM and clear-eyed about their respective interests, India and Japan are also taking measures to strengthen ties with this region. Following the establishment of diplomatic relations between the PRC and the Anglophone Caribbean country of Guyana in 1972, Beijing's influence has grown considerably in CARICOM. a regional grouping that comprises 14 mostly Anglophone sovereign small states. Over the last decade and a half, the PRC has seized opportunities for momentous trade and economic investment in the Caribbean. In addition, it is also taking steps to put its stamp on security assistance in the region. The PRC has gained a foothold in the Caribbean, attaining significant influence through the use of economic statecraft. Ah, I know we've had a conversation surrounding the presence of Asia, China in particular, across the Caribbean, across the globe in particular, but we want to hone in on the Caribbean and Latin America. You see, I have to give it to them. I have to give it to them. I have to give them the medal. Why? Their approach is strategic, as stated in economic statecraft. They are going to help you improve your infrastructure. Mhm. Of course, it comes at a cost. Don't be fooled, right? Meanwhile, what the US tends to do is write a check. And we know what happened with write a check. Right? In this case, they are tying you to them. They are seeing to it that, your country look nice, the infrastructure, but you know where they get their hands in? What they put their hands into? What is very important to us, to any country? Our ports. Yeah. So while China is moving across the globe, infrastructurally speaking, the US is busy fighting wars, instigating wars, funding wars, or writing checks, or going across the globe championing LGBTQ rights, when the LGBTQ community is the minority. We're ignoring how to improve diplomatic relations. We are ignoring how to truly have a presence that is beneficial to our country. Because what I get with the US is this is the holding back, so to speak, right, of a country, not truly helping them to advance. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Or am I making sense? I'm sound like one piece of idiot.
Yeah, yeah. I think China, they're very strategic because America helped them to build to the powerhouse that they are today, like from the 60s coming up to today. But what they're doing strategically is like they're securing the bag. That's pretty much what they're doing. So they'll help you to help yourself to help them. That's what they're doing. So okay, so let's use, as I said, I can only use Jamaica because I have more experience there. So
Right.
the deal with Patterson for Highway 2000, right?
Mm-hmm.
They realize Jamaica is a market that we can dominate, we can control. So we help you to build Highway 2000, the flow of goods and services, the time cut in half. Instead of taking Fern Gully and all those places going to the North Coast, we build you this highway, goods and services from Kingston, from the port in Kingston to Montego Bay, back and forth. The time cut, and time is money.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go to Montego Bay, you go to Ocho Rios, you go to Negril, and you go in the town and you go through all the craft market and you see the Jamaican dolly them, you see the Jamaican shirt and whatever, and you flip the back of it and look, everything in Jamaica is made in China. So yeah, we lend you the money to build your roads, to make sure our goods and services are flowing easily across the country. And that's what they're doing, and the thing is, you can't really blame Caribbean islands for trying to do business with them, because as Mia Motley said, like, if America is taking money from them, how dare you question us for taking money from the same people that you are borrowing from? That's hypocrisy.
Blatant hypocrisy.
Yeah, like you're telling us that we are not good enough to secure our own financial future when you are trying to do the same with the same lender. and as mentioned, like China don't give a damn about your politics. They don't care if you're gay, you're straight, they just sign the dot and say, look, I'm lending you this, give me it back by in 50 years. If not, I'm going to come and take away. And that's what every lender does, right? You have to have something to guarantee. Like if I lend you money for buy a car, I'm going to make sure and say, moments, I'm lending you this money, but if you not give me back, now come take your house. And that's what China does. They don't care. And America come in and them, with the IMF and the World Bank and them sign stuff and them sign and say, okay, like we're going to lend you $100 million, but you're going to have to buy sugar, how much ton of sugar from us. And the Prime Minister will look and say, but we can't buy so much sugar because then that's going to destroy our sugar industry. And you're like, I don't care. This is the deal. Take it or leave it. You take the money from them, and then 10, 20 years later, there's no sugar in the Caribbean because the government forced you to buy sugar from them. So that's it. So I can't blame them from doing business with the Chinese.
I can't. And I think the US should not concern themselves about the business relationship that countries across the Caribbean have with China. I don't think that should be their concern. Leave the Caribbean community alone. Allow them to pick and choose who they want to do business with, right? Allow them to do that. Don't tie them into some commitment where you have to be loyal to only me and you cannot speak to nobody else. Go ahead,
it's a national security interest for the Americans. Always remember that too. So even though they don't want to give out like how the Chinese give out for the other nations, right? But just knowing that the Chinese is so close and operating so close is a threat to them, So that's why they behave like that.
But what that sound like, Dre? Because when you're always at the rank to people and you constantly watch over your shoulder, you are twitch, and that is how they're behaving, in my opinion. That is why it's of extreme importance to them. I don't know.
Yeah, and moments, what Dre just mentioned, it is national security interest to the Chinese too that America is so close to them, right? America, the amount of base America have all over the world, they have more base than probably every other country combined in the world, all over the world. That money, because if they're not busy setting up these bases in Europe, in Asia, like in the Middle East, they would have enough money to take care. Because what I believe that we would have been happy with if America, Canada, in North America say, you know what, we're the two giants in the North America. We're going to make sure that Mexico, we're going to make sure that the Caribbean, everybody in this region is good, and we're not going to interfere with the Middle East and with Europe. So when they stretch their resources and they're setting up base close to where they can hit China, they can set up army base where they can hit China. China have security concern too. And I understand that America would have security concern with China, like taking over the Panama Canal or in that area. They're going to have, but Americans were the first one that did it. So if you don't want do to others what you like them to do to you,
Oh boy, ain't life funny. All right, we're going to keep it moving. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A new era of geothermal energy in the Caribbean. New Zealand partners with OECS for comprehensive analysis. Mr. President sent this one over as well. Let's go ahead and jump to this article courtesy of Dominica News Online. The Caribbean region stands on the brink of a new era of renewable energy, spearheaded by Dominica's ambitious geothermal project. Dominica is poised to make history as the first English-speaking island in the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, and the Caribbean Community CARICOM to operate a geothermal power station, with construction expected to be completed by late 2025, pioneering geothermal development in Dominica. So in April 2023, thermal study tour took place in Dominica from the 3 to the 5, aimed at gathering insights from the Dominica drilling team. Participants included representatives from the OECS Commission and various member states. The tour's objectives were multifaceted. 1, to glean lessons learned from Dominica's geothermal exploration and drilling phases, to understand the management aspects of drilling programs, including cost management, contracts, safety, and public awareness. Number 3, to build local capacity for geothermal drilling across member states. And number 4, to foster regional cooperation within the OECS. The collaborative effort highlights the importance of shared knowledge as Dominica leads the way in geothermal energy development, providing a model for other Eastern Caribbean nations to follow. Strategic collaboration with New Zealand. In a significant stride towards building local capabilities in geothermal energy, the OECS Commission has partnered with a name I cannot pronounce of the New Zealand Caribbean Facility for Renewable Energy, otherwise known as FRIENDS, or FRENZ. This collaboration, supported by New Zealand's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade through its International Development Corporation, will initiate a comprehensive analysis of geothermal energy skills and training needed within the region. All right, so a little bit more about geothermal energy for us to know. Let's go ahead. Geothermal energy is heat energy that comes from the earth and is a renewable energy source. All right, the word geothermal comes from the words geo, earth, and therm, heat. Geothermal energy is a continuous source of energy. Why? Because the earth's interior is constantly producing heat and it can be harnessed in a few ways. One of which is geothermal power plants, which uses heat from deep underground to generate steam for electricity. And you have geothermal heat pumps, which uses heat close to the earth's surface to heat water or buildings. All right. So what are the advantages? Here are some of the advantages. We're talking about renewable, a continuous source of clean energy that cannot be depleted. It's stable, meaning it's not dependent on the sun or wind. Low visual impact. Geothermal installations do not have a large visual impact, and there is long lifespan. Geothermal heating and cooling systems can last a long time, with heat pumps estimated to last 20 years and underground infrastructure up to 50 years. All right, so that's a little bit about geothermal energy. All right, anybody has any comments before we move on related to this article?
So you don't want clean coal?
No, we'll take the geothermal energy. So let us see how this one kicks off over there in Dominica, and if it's something that we can replicate. As my thing is, we want to keep energy costs down, but we also want to do it in an environmentally friendly way. All right, so kudos to them for that. Next up, also in Dominica, the government is to explore ways to collect millions in outstanding hospital fees. So Dominicans are owing millions of dollars in outstanding hospital fees, and the government will be exploring ways in which they can be collected. That is according to Prime Minister Roosevelt Scarrett. Speaking during an interview on their state-owned DBS radio on Wednesday, he said between 2022 and 2024, over $7 million is yet to be collected for hospital services, and collecting such fees has been a challenge on the island. He said that those who have to pay sometimes don't, and that's the challenge we have in Dominica. He said he made the point in Parliament between 2022 and 24 or thereabout, that we have not collected over $7 million from services at the hospital, services provided to citizens, and those are monies the hospital could use to maintain its facilities. According to Scarrett, Dominicans are paying considerably less for healthcare than other Caribbean countries. So what is the reason for them not paying? I'd like to know. Are the costs, why not put them on a payment plan or at least secure something from them? Is that a reasonable ask? You come to the hospital, you can't pay the money up front that's needed for whatever service that you need to have get. However, let us secure even at 10% or 20%. What are your thoughts on that? Is that reasonable or no?
When you said the payment they're paying is cheaper compared to the other countries, what's the economic outlook of the place you're talking about? That's one of the things you have to look at, not just what they're paying in comparison to somewhere else. The issue is if the money is not there, you're not going to be able to. What another thing is, you also do a taxpayer paid. Oh, sorry, me projecting the United Kingdom on the world. We don't do that. So, but still, work a way around, have a way that the states can give a rebate with regards to their medical expenses. After all, health is actually a right. It shouldn't be a privilege. It should be a right.
All right, thank you. Real quick, I just want to put a pin right, stick a pin right here. Javed, thank you for the heads up. I need some more ice. So I missed some comments in the chat on fan base because I'm here juggling different screens. So forgive me. AT, I'm so sorry. Let me just read a couple of comments. They go back 15 minutes, but AT said, I hear you, Dre. A responsible man trying to take care of his family knows that teachers are not paid enough. Also, I'm not sure we have the patience. Okay. Also, he said, for young children, we have the patience for young children. It's when we get into the college pay bracket when the interest comes in, and most are intellectuals. So that is what AT is referring to, is an article we read earlier with regard to boys needing targeted mentorship, inclusive engagement, and skills training to help close the gender gap in the Caribbean education system. And I want to say that is also can be applied globally, right? I don't think it's just unique to the Caribbean. It's a global issue where we're losing our young men. And yes, rightly, you're so right, Adesoji. We have to look at the numbers because it may not be as detrimental as we're made to believe. However, we know for a fact, especially in the US, that the women are the ones who seem to go the distance, right? More when we look at the numbers here. But thank you, AT, for those comments. Next up, AT also said, you're right, Moments. China is doing a soft colonization, control the ports, control trade. They play the long game. And that comment, to bring everyone up to speed, is in reference to another article where we were talking about the influence of Asian powers in the Caribbean, more specifically China, and how they do business in the Caribbean, and the US being worried about China's presence along with India and another country there. Forget now. But yeah, so those comments are related to those articles. All right, so let's go ahead and keep it moving because we do have quite a bit more, and time is on us. All right, according to StVincentTimes.com, 405 homes rebuilt in southern Grenadines post-burial. Okay, round of applause. 405 houses have been rebuilt in the southern Grenadines. This, according to Minister of Housing, Orlando Brewster, in response to a question from opposition lawmaker Terence Olivier. Brewster, speaking in Parliament on Thursday, January 9, said, it is important to recognize that in the southern Grenadines, the majority of the damage was at levels 3 and 4 because they received a significant impact from Hurricane Beryl. The level 3s and 4s, I said this in this honorable house before, are going to take some time for us to rebuild because we assessed some of the homes we had to categorize as simple repairs. We could take off the roof, we could fix the roof, but when we went in, there was structural damage. Therefore, we must reevaluate and reclassify these homes to a higher level. But I want to say congratulations to them having repaired and rebuilt the 405 homes. That's a short space of time. How were they able to accomplish that? Wow, good job. Good job. And if we remember, the islands of Petite Martinique and Carriacou were pretty much flattened last year. Flattened. People lost everything, right, because of Hurricane Beryl. All right, moving right along. Government committed to handing over 6,000 housing units to indigent Jamaicans. Article courtesy of Nationwide Radio GM. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness says his government plans to hand over close to 6,000 social housing units to poor and indigent Jamaicans. The homes are being provided under the social housing program out of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Dr. Holness was speaking during the handing over of a new social home in St. Mary on Friday. The Prime Minister says the projection of 6,000 may be revised once the national census is published. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
We are well over 300 houses under construction or delivered. The objective, of course, is to reach eventually about 6,000 units. We believe that that figure would sufficiently address the households in Jamaica that are living in the worst of the worst living conditions.
The government relies on the count to make determinations about the number of Jamaicans living in squalor, in severe poverty. Dr. Holness says his government's commitment to the social housing program is aimed at improving the general welfare of its recipients. Okay. I think we have some more on this article here. There's another piece of it. Yeah. Let's listen to this other aspect.
I want the people of Jamaica to know that this program is not just about housing. This program is about getting families back together and putting them in a position where they can live in peace with each other. So again, it's my great pleasure.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, is that coming off of the highlight that Lisa Hanna did? Remember that video that we played a couple of weeks ago?
Which one was that?
Where Lisa Hanna highlighted, hold on, let me see if I can find it back. Hold on. Where she highlighted the concern that they were not delivering as they ought to when we talk about housing.
Oh yeah. And talking about the house fund set up and who's gonna get some refund and yeah.
Yeah, so here it is, just to bring everyone up to speed real quick. Here it is. Let's take a quick listen. Coming up in just a sip of coffee, in case you missed. Hold on, let me run through.
For this thing, but that the opportunity far away and I can't. So have you?
In this next video, Lisa Hanna breaks down the disparities that exist within the National Housing Trust. Let's take a listen.
So have you ever paid for something and then when you get home, you remember that you left it at the store? And then when you think, let me go back and pick it up, you're like, boy, it's just so far away and I can't be bothered. Well, that's how most Jamaicans feel every month after they pay their National Housing Trust, knowing full well that they're paying for this thing, but that the opportunity or even trying to access a loan from the NHT or even an NHT home they just can't be bothered. Because by the time they overcome certainly all the hurdles to get something from the NHT, them both broke and them tired. So earlier this year, I wrote an article on the National Housing Trust entitled Building Cash, Not Housing, which discussed the basis of the NHT's inadequate performance. Yeah, inadequate, and I'm going to step on some corns here, but it's fine. So
that's the video I was referring to, and you can watch the video in its entirety on our YouTube channel. All right. And she does a deeper dive. I remember she highlighted that we had a severe shortfall, and the shortfall has been so for so many years. So I think this is calling out or an answering to her concern, which she voiced on behalf of several Jamaicans. Am I wrong or am I right?
I mean, the fact that the Prime Minister is now taking that up as a matter of urgency suggests the ears that be have heard her. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Good thing.
Isn't it a shame that sometimes these are the extremes to it that one has to go to gain the attention? If you don't publicize, and remember now, with social media, it's not just Jamaica seeing this story, it's the entire world. So all eyes on Jamaica. And if we remember last week or the week before, we highlighted Jamaica's coffers being increased by 4.3 billion US dollars from tourism alone. So everything is on the international stage, right? And what you don't want is questions being asked. So how do I make so much money? And we know it's not just we have other sources of revenue, but in a tourism alone, uno alone, 4.3 billion, and uno I go for 5 billion for this area. But yet you have people living in squalor, in severe poverty.
True, true. And also, you don't want to be asked the question, the difference between audited and unaccounted for.
Go ahead. You're going to behave yourself in the Adesoji. It's just Monday. You can't start off so already. Go ahead, James.
Yeah. So my only concern is that, well, I have a few concerns. The politicization of NHT. I know both sides do it, but that's a big concern. And I hope, they're being tracked, because you wouldn't want it to be a case where in an election year, say 80% of those houses are handed over to a particular party, right? That's the first concern. The second one is that the crisscrossing of sectors in the government, because I believe that NHT have a lot of money, a lot of funding that they collect on a monthly basis. And in terms of the crisscrossing of these different sectors, like, because National Housing Trust money should only be allocated to people that are contributing to it. NHT money should not be used to build house for the poor. That's a different responsibility of the government. So, like, there are people, there's a cross section of Jamaicans that are like, say, like you're Igla, you're a hustler, but you're not contributing to housing trust, and you live on squatters' land and stuff like that. That's a different sector than NHT. NHT money should not be used to help those people. And so, because what happened over the years, when you dip into NHT money to build house for the poor, or whatever they call it in Jamaica, I can't remember the name that they call. Whenever they dip into that money, you're depriving people that contribute to their NHT, and they can't. People are paying NHT for 20 years and they can't get a house. So those are my two concerns, that they're not dipping into it to facilitate housing for poor, and depriving people that are joining NHT, and that it's not being politicized.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, James. Anybody else wants to voice their thoughts on on this one? All right. So 6,000 houses. What I don't see here is by what date. Is it 1,000 a year? 500 a year? Me not see that. Me not hear that. So time frame on this one, please and thank you.
What's the difference between a feel-good story and living in reality?
Come on. Lord have mercy. You're going to behave yourself. All right, we're going to keep it moving. Next up, Jamaicans are still required to apply for visa to enter the United Kingdom. According to Nationwide Radio JM, the British High Commission in Jamaica has issued a clarification regarding recent media reports surrounding the United Kingdom's introduction of the Electronic Travel Authorization (ETA) requirement for visitors. The UK government has confirmed that Jamaican nationals are not impacted by this new rule and will still be required to apply for a visa for entry to the United Kingdom. The new ETA policy, which came into effect on January 8, 2025, applies exclusively to nationals of countries that do not currently need a visa to enter the UK. These nations, often referred to as visa exempt, will now be required to obtain the electronic travel authorization before traveling to the UK. British High Commissioner to Jamaica, Judith Slater, emphasized the significance of the ETA as part of the UK's effort to enhance border security and improve travel management. Adesoji, please explain to me why we have to go through all of that when we are still a part of the Commonwealth. We have not broken away. We have not got true independence. And yes, we can come from them back broad. Jamaica is not truly independent. As long as we have a governor general, as long as our final court is the Privy Council, as long as we are involved with the monarchy, there is no true independence. I said what I said. Adesoji. Go ahead, James. I did Adesoji.
Yeah, I think what people don't understand, like Jamaicans and Jamaica is being punished for decades for destroying the federation, right? Because remember, Jamaica was the first of the British West Indies that was required a visa, right? You remember that? And even though it took, okay, so we got independence in 62, and it took up until about 20 something years later for them to say, like, okay, you need a visa, right? But what people don't remember, what a lot of Jamaicans don't remember, and a lot of Jamaicans might not know, is that there was like an invisible visa policy that was there for Jamaicans before it officially went in, right? If you talk to Jamaicans that travel anywhere from the late 70s to early 90s, before the visa restriction, the visa was officially put in place, there was a system in Jamaica where you go to the travel agents, you buy your ticket. You know, sometimes you have to mortgage your house and your car if you get a ticket for go to England. You jump on Air Jamaica and you reach at Heathrow Airport or whatever, and you're going through and they stop you and they pull you aside and they question you for like hours. And then if you don't satisfy their questions, they put you back on another plane and send you back to Jamaica. So thousands of Jamaicans were sent back between 1962 and I don't remember the official date when the visa thing was implemented, and people started, there was almost like a revolt about it. Like, why would you allow people to spend their money? Because at that time, plane ticket was extremely expensive. Why would you allow people to spend so much money just to go to England and put them on a plane and send them back? And that's when the visa policy came in. So my thing is that I feel like if Jamaica become a republic, I feel like England is going to try and punish us more. Like, even probably like, huh?
You think so?
I think so. I think we're going to be kicked out of the Commonwealth completely, and I believe that. Yeah, no, I believe that we're going to need visa to go to any Commonwealth country. Some of the countries that we don't need visa right now, some of the African nations. The only thing that will protect us in the Caribbean is because of CARICOM. But other nations, I feel like they're going to punish us.
Okay, all right.
Like, what more can they really do? Who cares? But you forget to mention the letter that we needed. You needed a letter. As you say, even when you get the letter from your family member or whoever, whatever the reason was going to England, they still turn your back. But my thing is, like, what more can they really do? Like, doesn't even matter. Get kicked out of the Commonwealth, and those countries are independent nations too. So we can have or deals with them or whatever. But to me, it doesn't even matter. They can't even do much. Just the visa alone that we need, they're done enough.
Okay. All right. Let's hear from the monarchy. Adesoji.
What can I say that has not already been said? Other than the scenario James painted was the visa on arrival. Yeah, they used to do that back in the day. So they did that between the 60s and 1983. So 1983, post 1983, then everybody had to sort of get a visa to enter the United Kingdom, His Majesty's realm.
You are Majesty.
And well, I mean, with regards to with regards to the visa restriction, yeah, like Dre said, there's really not much they can do, and they also know it.
Mhm.
That's the thing. They also know it. But because we still have this fascination about the London Bridge, the Tower of London, Buckingham Palace, which looks beautiful at night, to be fair. Um,
I cannot stand you, Adesoji.
because we, because we still have that fascination, we still think, oh, they have something over us. They have nothing. They've been selling us dot goods for a very long time. But social media has been helpful to, decolonize the mind to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I negate to also add, when they light up the House of Parliament at night, it's beautiful.
I cannot stand you. I can't stand you.
So, yeah. So, yeah, get your postcard ready, It's, oh, wish you were here, that kind of stuff.
Oh, Lord. All right. Moving right along. Next article. The Rastafarians are opening up Caribbean cannabis farms to build a flourishing medical industry. Thank you, Mr. President, for setting this one as well. Yeah, so according to theguardian.com, on Golba Hill, and I hope I said that right, on Golba Hill on the Caribbean island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, just below a cluster of colorfully decorated homes, there are rows and rows of premium marijuana plants. Oh, I can't say. What's the right word for YouTube?
Cannabis.
Cannabis. Thank you. There are rows. Oh, so hold on a second. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, right. Can them flag this comment? Okay, good. All right, so on Galba Hill in the Caribbean island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, just below a cluster of colorfully decorated homes, there are rows and rows of premium cannabis plants. Gleaming like green gold in the Caribbean sun, they lead up to a crudely constructed hut where cannabis farmer Bobby Matthews spends most of his time nurturing and protecting his precious field. As he did his routine inspection, removing male plants that could diminish the potency of his crop, Matthews recalled a time not too long ago when the idea of a cannabis farm in a residential area was unthinkable. Like many of SVG's cannabis farmers, Matthews is a Rastafarian who spent years hiding illegal cannabis fields deep in the mountains and living in fear of US backed anti narcotics operations destroy millions of dollars worth of the plant. It was hard. At least 3 times a year, US helicopters would come and tear down the crop. In those days, it felt like you couldn't even say the word cannabis because just to say cannabis, you could get arrested, Matthew said. We had a song called Helicopter. It was about the panic and franticness whenever you hear the sound of the helicopter. Back then, we had to develop a good relationship with the police, and some would protect us because the policeman sometimes was the son or the brother of the cannabis farmer. They were the same blood, so they were protecting their family and the wealth of their family. But the plant was much more than just a means of income. The medicinal benefits that science is now discovering, he said, have always been common knowledge in Rastafarian communities who see it as a sacred gift, not just for recreation and religious experiences, but also as a treatment for pain, asthma, epilepsy, and other ailments. In SVG, the government is backing their efforts to promote the benefits of cannabis and create a flourishing medicinal cannabis industry. Boy, when you have to go through the pain, see? US helicopters. I'm sorry, I didn't write the article. I'm not the one who inserted US. But here we go again with the common denominator being the determinant as to what happens in your country, and still the determinant today because, funny enough, we are still struggling across the Caribbean to have it legalized, but yet we have a Canadian company that can come in and set up shop. And as far as I'm concerned, allegedly, there is the inclusion of synthetic cannabis, which is, again, in my humble opinion, is damaging. Why should we have synthetic cannabis being sold anywhere across the Caribbean when the Caribbean is the home of cannabis in its organic, natural state as God gave it to the land?
When this harks back to the story you were talking about earlier, the story about the Chinese influence. Okay. So on December 3rd, 1823, I have to take you back a couple of centuries.
We have to go back that far?
Yes.
Okay, get out your books, ladies and gentlemen. Time to take notes. Go ahead.
President James Monroe, the United States president, issued a statement to Congress, which is to make sure that that area around the United States is devoid of European influence, i.e. the United Kingdom, which they defeated in the American Revolution. Also the French, which they got Louisiana from, hence the Louisiana Purchase that increased the size of the United States. So the point was to ensure that these guys have no influence there. So if you notice, anything those countries within that area want to do, they might know it or they might not know it. They tend to look upstairs for approval. So, but coming downstairs, the people in the Caribbean can't really push back because the guy upstairs wants it done. So when you talked about the synthetic aspect of cannabis entering the Caribbean market, the Caribbean governments are really powerless to do anything about it. Because remember, Canada is the face of imperialism that often people do not see. So it's the beautiful face of it. And so when they do stuff, we tend to know, oh, it's just Canada. Canada is not like that. But Canada is the tool of the British, which the Americans are trying to get back. Hence, the guy who's coming in next week. Is it next week? No, next week, yeah. The guy who's coming in next week has been out there mounting off about making them the 51st province or something to that effect. Again, it goes back to that thing, the Monroe Doctrine, 1823. We cannot allow Europeans any influence in this place because to do so would undermine the independence of the United States. But the hypocrisy of that is very loud because whilst you don't want anyone to come and interfere in your affairs, you do so in others, which go again, ends finally with what James said, that the United States has more bases than countries put together on the United Nations. I rest.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Moment. What's interesting with that too, the St. Vincent thing, because St. Vincent, I think out of all the other Caribbean islands, St. Vincent have a similar ground when you compare to Jamaica. So like their cannabis would be comparable to what's happening in Jamaica, because everything that's grown in Jamaica is grown in St. Vincent, and a lot of those things cannot grow in other Caribbean islands. For example, St. Vincent have the oldest ackee tree on planet Earth.
Wow.
Yeah, they have the oldest ackee tree on planet Earth in the botanical garden there. They have breadfruit. Breadfruit was first in St. Vincent before it went to other places in the Caribbean. So a lot of other stuff, Otiiti apple, sapodilla, everything that you see grown in Jamaica can be grown in St. Vincent. And I think that's the only other island that pretty much grow everything that's similar. There are some islands that can grow banana, but they can't grow sugarcane, they can't grow, you understand? So They're very similar. So what they're doing with this cannabis thing too is pretty much the same thing. They're trying to attract the Canadian market. And what people don't understand that Canada is pretty much a silent, invisible arm of the monarch, right? And you don't have to look any further than just the banks in the Caribbean, right? The Scotia Bank, the CIBC, they're all Canadian banks. And every single British Caribbean island you go to, you find majority of those banks are Canadian banks, right?
Right.
So the thing is, like, I don't know, I kind of, I don't know, like I'm torn up, like, because I don't want to celebrate this whole cannabis thing, because I feel like we're going to focus on more cannabis, and then we're not going to, it's going to deprive us of yam and banana and sugar cane and stuff like that. We're going to cut down all those crops to focus on this. And then what is going to happen is that the same thing with the coffee, the good stuff leave, and they're sending inferior quality stuff. Same thing with the sugar. Caribbean is sending away good sugar,
I'm building
they're
houses.
importing inferior products, right? So I don't know if it's something we should celebrate, but it is what it is. I don't smoke it, so
I'm gonna celebrate it, James. And here's why I say I'm gonna celebrate it. But at the same time, while celebrating it, it is up to the citizens of the various islands to task their leaders, their government officials, with creating a balance. Okay. The reason I'm celebrating it is because it has medicinal benefits, which I think we can capitalize on. Also, there are other byproducts of cannabis. Am I not right? Right? The plant itself can be used. There is soap. You can put it in soap. You can use it in material. Oh my gosh, I'm going blank here. But there, hold on, let me type this in. Byproducts,
yeah,
because
yeah.
go
But
ahead.
moments, my thing is that, yeah, like you'd want to celebrate it. That's your initial feeling. But as I'm saying, is that if you're in Jamaica now and you go to one of those cannabis place, chances are the things that you're getting is not from Jamaica. So the same way that happened with Blue Mountain Coffee and other products of the Caribbean, you send away the good stuff, and then they ship in inferior stuff from other places. Like, are we going to be able to monitor that? Like 30 years ago, like when I was working at one of the hotels in Jamaica, a coffee expert came in, and he said about 10% of the coffee in Jamaica that has Blue Mountain written on it is actually Blue Mountain, because Blue Mountain is not in Jamaica. You have to go to Japan to get authentic Blue Mountain coffee. So I would not want to see like Jamaicans celebrating and everybody's out there smoking something from Canada that was grown
So
in a
whose
basement.
responsibility is that? No, that is what I'm saying.
Government, yeah.
Well, right. That's why I said we're gonna have to task the government and the officials and the powers that be with seeing to it that we
Yeah,
we
but
maintain,
yeah, but we know our government. You scratch them back and open, and you put something in it, and they're good.
Well, we have to go find a way if we hold them accountable, James. We have to, because I don't want us to look on the flip side of it and then use it as a deterrent when we don't make strides. So I went ahead and pulled up. There are many byproducts of cannabis, including oils and concentrates, right? These are made by extracting compounds from cannabis and can be used in e-cigarette like devices for vaping or inhaling. You have edibles. Cannabis can be added to foods and drinks like baked goods, candies, gummies, and drinks. You have tinctures. Cannabis extract dissolved in a solvent, often alcohol. Lotions and balms. Cannabis extract preparation prepared with alcohol, oil, or wax and applied to the skin. Vape cartridges, as we mentioned, a type of cannabis concentrate. Dab, shatter, wax, another type of concentrate. Tablets and pills, another concentrate. Yeah, so there's so many things, so many byproducts, and I'm sure there are a lot more that we can mention. What I don't want us to do is just think of it in one way, which is only for smoking, and feel that, well, then go and cut it down. So even if I have 10 acres of land and say, something, I'm going to embark on the cannabis industry, I can choose either to sell it as something that can be smoked, or I can look at one of the byproducts and open up a whole new industry, right? Because how many times we go on the shelves in the Caribbean and we see foreign made items, lotions, topicals, when we have homegrown remedies, but because of the negative stigma that has been attached historically speaking, right, Adesoji, it's still a struggle. But yeah, I think balance can be created. As you mentioned, we don't want to see a depletion of farming just to focus now on one crop, right? For example, we have an issue in Jamaica. There was a time on the North Coast, sugarcane plantations. And plantations sound away, but yes, it is what it is. Sugarcane plantations. Now they have mowed those plantations down, and what you say is gated communities going up. I was speaking to someone who is in the development industry in Jamaica, the they call it building of houses, right? And very interesting point was made. She said, why aren't we keeping the flatlands for farming and we move the housing up into the hills? Now let's talk to the government about that. Okay. So see, a lot of what happens is allowed to happen, not controlled, because of the powers that be. We don't think long term. I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And one other thing too, like I wouldn't want, because what people don't realize, the byproducts have always been. There's been a thriving industry in Jamaica. Like if you are one of those naturalist person that you like natural products, there's been a thriving byproduct business in terms of like soaps, like even eye drops, like tonics, detergent, like all of these type of stuff. If you go to Jamaica, like you can find those things if you go to the right place. I would not want for them to focus on the smoking part of it, and then that part with the soaps and the lotion and the eye drops and those things get affected because people are focused on, because remember, Jamaica, St. Vincent, they're small island nations, right? And if they get fascinated with making the money from the Canadian companies, there are millions of people in Canada that's consuming that. So to keep up with that, you wouldn't want them to deplete their own resources in the Caribbean in terms of the byproducts. And then when you look 10 years now, you can't get any soap, you can't get any eye drops, you can't get any lotion or any of the other byproducts because everything is gone to Canada just to make money.
Well,
That's my fear.
balance, and everything. Them so we have to balance up the thing. All right, thank you so much for your input, and yeah, that one wraps up our stories out of the Caribbean corner. We're gonna take a quick break, and when we get back, we will have stories out of Latin America. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. We are back live on YouTube. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube live. We appreciate you joining us for the live stream of Coffee and Joe, which starts weekdays at 9:35 a.m. Of course, a big thank you to everyone with me on Fanbase, my Fanbase family, where the conversation happens and where we have our studio audience. So we just wrapped up our Caribbean Corner segment, and the last story we were talking about or we were discussing was the Rastafarians opening up Caribbean cannabis farms to building a flourishing medical industry. We have a salient point coming in now from one of our mods, Adesoji. Go right ahead, Adesoji. Thank you.
So yes, just to finally add a bit, it's we shouldn't focus on the victories of the cannabis trade, and lose sight of what we currently have, which lends itself to the so-called Dutch disease, when the Dutch discovered oil and everything else suffered. So yes, it's okay to embrace the new cannabis trade, the byproducts and everything else, but while still keeping the little victories with regards to everything being produced.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Adesoji. You are indeed a very needed man. Take that stop ring. All right. Time for stories out of Latin America. First up, Mexico hits a record high trade surplus with the US in 2024. And I want to say thank you to Mr. President for sending this article over. Let's go ahead and jump into this one. According to MexicoNewsDaily.com, Mexico had a record high trade surplus with the United States in the first 11 months of 2024 and maintained its position as the top exporter to the world's largest economy. Make we read that again. And we need to read it a little louder for some people in the back. Some people, I don't know if they're in Florida or they're in Washington, but I think they're in Florida. So let me read it again. Mexico had a record high trade surplus with the United States in the first 11 months of 2024 and maintained its position as the top exporter to the world's largest economy. Data published by the United States Census Bureau on Tuesday showed that Mexico had a surplus of US 157.2 billion US dollars with the US between January and November, a 12.5% increase compared to the 139.69 billion US dollars surplus it recorded in the same period of 2023. The value of Mexico's exports to its northern neighbor increased 6.4% annually to a new high of $466.62 billion in the first 11 months of last year. The value of imports from the United States also increased compared to 2023, but by a more modest 3.5% to reach 309.42 billion US dollars. Mexico's trade surplus with the United States, which has more than doubled in the last 7 years, is a major irritant for the US President-elect Donald Trump, who will commence his second term on January 20 of 2025. Thank you for this one, Mr. President. So who needs who more? Because we seem to import more from Mexico than they import from us, just based on the numbers. Right? They imported $309.42 billion. No so? Uh-huh. No so. Okay. Okay. But we want to put tariffs on them. No so? Okay. What was his reason for wanting to put tariffs on goods coming in from Mexico? What was his real reason? He wants to put tariffs on goods coming from Mexico and Canada. What's the real reason for this? What? Because of immigration?
Yeah, he said the border. He
The
said
border.
the tighten the border. But the thing is, because we spoke about this early last year too, and I think we're talking about it with Darnell, and we're talking about the America is pretty much the country that made China powerful, and because Mexico and countries in the Caribbean before the 1970s, where a lot of the production they took place in the Caribbean within Mexico, and because of cheap labor, they move a lot of these, and they ended up in China. They ended up in Bangladesh, in some of these other places, and how good it would be, like, because this whole immigration thing with people coming across the border, and we have the conversation over and over again that people will not leave their country if they can find good jobs and have a decent life. Nobody's going to risk their life going across dangerous terrains to get into America. So I believe that Donald Trump needs to see this as good, because every million or billion dollar surplus from Mexico is taking away money from China. So that they should look at it at that. And you're using one stone to kill two birds. You're taking away some of the power from China, and you're making sure that there are good jobs in Mexico, and that will help with immigration. A lot of these Mexicans do not want to come to America. They come because they want jobs. Because most of them, they come to America and they do well, they go back home. So this is a good thing.
You're
so
right.
Trump
You're right.
You need to see it. Yeah.
And James, also, do you know that a lot of people come over daily, go to work and go back home? Them not stay here. But go ahead. I think, Mr. President.
James, morning.
Good
I
morning.
think most of the people that comes over, they started more than now are not Mexicans. I think the number of Mexicans coming over has been declining. You even see a lot of cases where Mexicans are going back home in some cases. You understand? But coming to the tariffs and stuff on China, the U.S. is funding China military, and we all are funding China military, and we pretend like, oh, China. What? The U.S. owes China what? Some $800 and something billion, right?
Yep, we brought that up last
In
week.
debt.
We spoke about that.
Now, all those debt have interest too, So when you pay interest to China, what do you think they're taking their money to do? Not to build the army and the systems and the country. So essentially, U.S. taxpayers, because when you pay your tax, they take a portion of the tax to pay the interest on the debt that China owe. So we finance in China. On the other hand, now with the tariffs and stuff that Trump wants to do, that's why I say I don't understand who could be possibly advising him, because it will be a disaster. Your largest trading partner, you can't just impose unilateral tariffs across so much goods at such high rates and stuff like that. Your economy will tank with it. Yes, it will impact Mexico, but especially when it comes to whatever essential services. A lot of the essential services, we don't even produce goods. We don't even produce them here, So what would happen? It is a lose. So I don't think they will go through it. Well, I'm hoping they don't. Well, I don't know, because they could do some crazy stuff when they're ready, but it doesn't make any economic sense to me.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. But they have a saying, we're in the FAFO season, and they will find out. If not now, certainly later. I thought we were the three amigos: Mexico, Canada, and the US. But even long friendships, even in long-term friendships, we have our problems. See? Lovers quarrel. Me no know what we say, what we call it. All right, moving right along. Next up. Next up, lawmakers announced new legislation to stop Venezuelan oil exports. I'm sorry, let me start over. Adesoji, you're going to learn to behave yourself. All right. Lawmakers announced new legislation to stop Venezuelan oil exports as protesters express outrage at Maduro's swearing in. This one, courtesy of WSVN out of Miami. Let's take a listen.
Also in the news now, anger and outrage among South Florida's Venezuelan exile community on the day Nicolas Maduro was sworn in for another term as president. Demonstrators believe his re-election was illegitimate and the opposition leader actually won by a landslide.
So they continue to fight for freedom. The night team's Maricela Burgos is live in Doral, where a protest was held earlier tonight. Maricela.
Yeah, it was here just a few hours ago, and you could feel the difference in energy from yesterday's demonstrations to today. A lot of people felt disappointed, and they said this has just been a roller coaster of emotions. Singing Venezuela's national anthem and standing united, this group has not lost hope. They'll witness a better future for their country.
We're going to keep on fighting. We're not going to lose our faith. And this is, as Marina Corina Machado has been saying, this is till the end. And we're going to get it.
All earlier, Nicolás Maduro was sworn in as president of Venezuela for a third term. Maria Teresa Morin, the manager of the Con Venezuela campaign command, says this isn't over.
We saw a Maduro and a regime very isolated. They were not with this amount of leaders from the world joining them as usual.
For the people here, Maduro should not have taken the presidential oath Friday because they say there was another clear winner.
He lost the elections, and now that he took an oath, he actually committed the crime of performing a coup to the real and legitimate president, who is Edmundo González Urrutia.
Today, he's formally he's taking a place, assuming a position that he doesn't deserve because he didn't win the elections.
Supporters of the country's opposition in Venezuela and the U.S. say they are standing strong. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado spoke a day after she was arrested, letting people know she's safe. In Spanish, she said Edmundo will return to Venezuela to take possession as the constitutional president of Venezuela when the conditions are adequate.
We feel disappointed, of course. Maduro is now he's in power again.
U.S. officials have stepped in as well, issuing rewards of $25 million for Maduro's capture and his second in charge for crimes linked to drug trafficking. Officials here believe Maduro has not proven he actually won the election.
We are witnessing the last days of the Nicolás Maduro's regime.
And no word yet on whether there will be additional demonstrations planned here in South Florida. Live in Doral, Maricela Burgos, 7 News 19.
That $25 million that the U.S. is putting up for the arrest of Nicolás Maduro. Right now, we have a situation in California where I think how many homes have been destroyed? What I said, 10,000 or something like that. Okay, hold on 1 second. Yeah, let us see how we can take that money and build up some homes. No, sir. $25 million. We can, if each house, let me calculate today. 25, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Divide that. Let's say each house going cost roughly $500,000 to rebuild. And I'm talking in about the area where I think it was a Black American community that most of those houses got destroyed. We can put back up 50 houses right now, so with that $25 million. Let me focus on that. We're worried about someone on a food problem. And anytime there is a natural resource, we always have to dip with self like the people them conversation. We always have to mind the people them business. We are burning down here. Make we take it $25 million and put up back 50 houses. As a matter of fact, it don't even cost $500,000 to build a house. So I think we can double the number of houses if our goal is to spend $250,000 per house. So we can put up a house. We can start with 100 houses there, right? Make we do that. Make we start that. Get the plans going so we can put these people back in houses, especially those that have been allowed to be scammed and ripped off by these insurance companies who collect your money for years and then just months before the fire then go ahead and cancel your policy. So there are people right now in California who have lost everything. Them not have the next dollar to build a house. They have no insurance claim to get. Let us focus on helping them. I think that should be our primary focus. Leave Maduro alone. We have other things to do. Why are you laughing at me, Adesoji? Adesoji stays laughing at me because hold on,
go on, James. Go on. Go on.
Okay.
No, go on, James. Go on, James.
Okay, go, James.
Yeah, no, this is kind of confusing because I'm like, how American leaders can say with a straight face, can talk about outside interference with election, how can they say with a straight face when like it's something that we see every election cycle, like countries that are hundreds, thousands of miles away from them, that they have interest in those elections. But whenever something is going on in the US, we should be convinced that Russia did this and China did that and everybody has interfered in the American election and the big hoopla about it, but they never talk about what they're doing in because the thing is with these countries like Venezuela is a rich country with natural resources. Why destabilize them? Why try to interfere in their electoral process? They don't care anything about the people. They don't care anything about the people. So let the people do what they're doing. Let them figure out what they need to figure out and stop, meddling in their business and then calling out other countries for, interfering in American election. It just that's the face of hypocrisy. I don't know. That's crazy.
The reason I was cracking up is you have a bunch of people, and here's another thing. Why is it that anything that impacts South America, majority of the people are in Miami, Florida, Cuba, Venezuela, Honduras, Guatemala, Chile, Nicaragua, Honduras, Peru? They're all in Florida. It's like, what is going on? It's like the Florida is the HQ of toppling a government.
Hi, leave us alone.
It's like you're constantly meddling. Okay. The lady said, the lady who allegedly won is the rightful leader. What happened to Juan Guaido, who the Americans made the president? Meanwhile, the people did not do so. I mean, this thing is just farcical. It's like, at which point are you going to say, you know what? Enough with all this nonsense. Enough. Now placing a $25 million bounty on the head of a foreign head of state, accusing him of being part of a drug heist, is laughable. It just makes mockery of not that they're not a joke, but it just underscores the point that the United States is fast becoming a joke. A joke. The world can clearly see. The United States will say the democracy is a work in progress. Well, it's been a work in progress now for 300 years plus. But the same cannot be said for Venezuela. Colonialism, first the transatlantic slave trade, then colonialism, then now American imperialism. How are they gonna grow? How? Come on, people. Let them be, man.
We don't mind our business. Go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead. Go right ahead. I thought Mr. President came off, man.
The first thing is, how do these people make the news? How do you get headline news? How did that make it? Are we talking about election? Didn't Elon Musk just finance $30 million where they rig the winners and pick people in favor that will promote the Trump campaign and stuff? Is that democracy? Why are we in Venezuela? If Maduro put a bounty on Joe Biden or Donald Trump head, wouldn't he be a terrorist? I don't understand these things. Are you?
But Mr. President, we have to remember now there is the need to be there. Venezuela borders with which country? Heading east. Then border who?
Guyana.
Remember, last year there is a little rupture going on, so to speak, because technically, thank you again, UK, for messing things up. 2/3 of Guyana belongs to Venezuela. And what is in that 2/3 region? What is there? Come on, class. You know the answer.
Well, yeah, it's just a couple of islands, so Who was to know that this was gonna cost?
What is under the sea?
Just a couple of islands, and we were not to know it was gonna cost a whole deal of hoopla, you know. And we did tell the Yanks, the Americans, that you know, I'm sure we can come to some sort of constructive arrangements about how to access the resources.
Right. And let us.
But the Americans they just want to march into everything. No. Diplomacy.
Diplomacy, indeed. Exactly. And then let us not forget, we had an article. You see, we're not pulling things out of the air. There was an article a couple weeks ago, I want to say in December, where there is talk, and Trinidad is trying to dismiss or play down of the military, U.S. putting boots on the ground in Trinidad, having a little base in Trinidad. Them want a little resort. Don't put it that way. They want a little hotel for occupy. So they can, should there be the need, them already close by. Hey, let me tell you something now.
And you know the thing about them? If you feed them, they never leave.
I mean, like stray dog. Not true. You give a dog a bone and they're faithful.
Your words, not mine.
Not mine, yeah. Not mine either. I don't know who just get out of me. Get out of me. Some spirit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is what it is.
You know what I didn't realize also that between Guyana and Venezuela, there's one of the biggest green space in the entire world. Like I didn't realize that too. That because I have a friend that's from Guyana, and he said like in that space there are a lot of indigenous people that live, different tribes that live in that area, and these people will skin you alive if you cut down a tree, if you catch a certain fish or a certain wildlife in those areas. So it's well protected. So it's one of the greenest areas in the world and very protective. I'm learning that just last week. So yeah, Venezuela and Guyana, they have a lot of stuff, and apparently they have a lot of other minerals and stuff like that people are not talking about. They're saying like the oil is nothing compared to what they have there. So we'll see.
All right, thank you, James. It is now time for us to get into stories out of on the international scene. Yeah, that one wrapped up our stories out of Latin America. Interesting. All right, first up on the international scene, Israel launches air raids on power station ports in Yemen. Oh boy, there's certain things that just stay in the news. We now go get away from them no matter how we try. I'm going to go ahead and read the article. Yeah, this one comes to us courtesy of AlJazeera.com. At least one person has been killed and several others were wounded after Israeli warplanes carried out airstrikes across Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. That's according to local media reports. The Houthi-affiliated Al Mazira TV broadcaster reported on Friday that airstrikes hit the western ports of Ras Issa and Hodeidah, the Heziaz Central Power Station near Sana'a, and the Harf Sufyan district of Amran province. Okay, when on the news where Mr. Man, hold on, let me not talk out of the air. So remember when our darling president-elect said that he would be able to stop the war on day one? Remember when he said that, or did I not?
No, you're spot on. Okay. But which of the wars though?
All of them. All right. Well, apparently, it is not going to be as easy as he thought. Oh, by the way, news alert. President-elect said that he may sue social media influencers if I go after everybody who talk bad about it. So
even if we call him the Orange Plague?
Yes, we cannot do that.
So, but how can you prove that I'm talking about him?
We cannot do that. I'm still waiting to hear from We're still waiting to see JD Vance. I haven't seen him and I'm a little concerned, I told you. Not a little, a lot concerned. Okay, there is the video that was put up, news announcement, where, and I'm trying to find it, where apparently his camp is saying it's not going to be as easy for him to put a stop to the wars. Then did he think we who are of sound mind and well thinking and have the ability to rationalize, did he really think that we thought he was going to be able to end it on day one? And any of them on day one?
No, I thought so. Because I mean, what's the mantra? Just say it and you believe it, isn't it? So yeah, I'm hard to doubt it. Come on, Trump, you can do it. Just say it.
You're talking about Putin and Netanyahu. Netanyahu is literally laughing at our president-elect. Remember that clip where he sat down with Elon Musk, right?
Yeah.
And he was joking, well, quote unquote, when he said, well, you can't be the president of the United States because you weren't born there, but you are the unofficial president. And Elon was like, yeah, you can say that. You remember that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the notion that I said sorry. The president of the Yanks believes he's going to say something now and the world is going to listen. He's already hamstrung because he has his ego to contend with, and his ego will constantly be bruised when he's reminded that, after all, you're a convicted felon who just happened to be president. And that is what he's going to be contending with because you know the kind of person he is. That's why the likes of Elon Musk can string him along, because they know he's fickle. And again, even Elon Musk, dare I say, also has to tread carefully, because when you go and stick your nose into British politics, dare I say, I mean, I was talking to my friends this weekend, and they were like, let's not say that on air. We say that some other time. But dare I say, not everybody will be loved like Princess Diana, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so I found the video. Let's take a quick listen.
We have some big news right now. Donald Trump's team no longer thinks it could end the war between Russia and Ukraine within 24 hours like Donald Trump wanted. Now, Trump's designated envoy for Ukraine and Russia, Keith Kellogg, a retired U.S. Army lieutenant general, is setting a timetable for the first 100 days of Donald Trump's term. Repeatedly on the campaign trail, Donald Trump said that he could settle the Ukraine-Russia war in just 24 hours of taking office. But it's clear that he can't do that, and his own team is now saying that publicly. General Kellogg is now saying that he wants to set the time frame at 100 days and move all the way back and figure out a way that we can do it in the near term so that the solution is solid and sustainable. Folks, no one wants to see this war end more than me, but this war needs to end with Ukraine keeping and getting back its territory, including Crimea. But I think a big part of this is the fact that Donald Trump's team has already walked back one of his key campaign promises. And these walkbacks are only likely going to continue. As always, comment below your thoughts.
So, 100 days now. Not 1 day now. 100 days.
But I mean, fair play to everybody that listens to him. At least you're giving him the benefit of doubt. He's always been someone who spoke based on his whims and caprices. And so technically he won't be taken seriously. But then the fact that people attach some level of credibility to whatever he says is still very astounding to us outside the United States. But hey, you voted for him, so he's your president.
All right, moving right along. Okay, go ahead, James. One more comment, and then we keep it moving.
Yeah, I was going to say, does anyone think that the war is going to end without Putin getting what he needed, what he wants? Because the thing is, I don't think that's going to happen. I think, and to me personally, I don't think the war should have started in the first place, because the more you learn about it, those provinces that Putin was pretty much going after, like talking to people from Ukraine, those provinces, they spoke Russian. They had politicians that were close to the Russian president. Like they had like a good relationship. They went across free flow of goods and services and people going across the border of both countries. And then someone told me that in 2022, the official language in those two provinces, they were Russian. And Zelensky came in and started ruffling feathers. And that's how everything escalated. They changed the official language from the Russian language to the Ukrainian language, because they used to speak both, but most of them, the official language was Russian. So I don't see this war because Putin is stubborn, Trump is stubborn, and I see the 4 years. I don't think it's going to end within his presidency. And then if a Democrat leader come and take over again, it's not going to end. So this just seemed like one of those Afghanistan thing that just keep going on for like 10 years until someone just give up. Either Zelensky, the people vote him out, because I hear people are getting tired of him now, right? Because yeah, no, that's what I heard. Like his wife is busy shopping and living her best life while people are suffering. So people are getting tired of him. So I guess we'll see.
She's shopping at our expense, jeans.
Yep.
Okay.
She's in France shopping while people are dying. So
okay. All right. When was the last time we saw images out of the Crimea region or or out of Ukraine period? When was the last time we saw images? Good question. All right, next up. Thank you for sending this article over. Mr. President, gun-wearing leader sparks attention at Ghana inauguration. Article courtesy of BBC. Hold on, was it you who sent this one to me? Yeah, you sent this one to me, Mr. President. You sent this one over. So hold on there. All right, let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of BBC.com. Burkina Faso's military leader, Captain Ibrahim Traore, attracted attention when he attended Tuesday's inauguration of Ghana's president, John, with a holstered pistol at his waist. Some have described this unusual move as a breach of security protocol. Others have seen it as a lack of trust in the ability of Ghanaian officials to protect the Burkina Faso junta chief. It is not clear if Traore had permission to carry the weapon, and the new Ghanaian government has not responded to a BBC request for comment. While Traore was greeted by loud cheers and applause, yes, applause, when his name was announced at the event, some social media users expressed concerns about the weapon in the wake of the ceremony. Visible weapon by a head of state at such an important event, although seen as an assertion of power, can also be a symbol of intimidation and raises concerns about how we enforce our security laws internally, and that is according to Barnabas Larriere on a Facebook post. This was insanely dangerous, an insane and dangerous thing to do. It's not about trust. For national security reasons, this was very reckless and should not be allowed again, said Seth Doe, a lawyer who wrote that comment on Twitter, X, formerly Twitter. Mahama was sworn in after beating the candidate from the then governing party by a large margin in last month's elections. Traore was one of 17 heads of state present, and his visit came at a time of diplomatic tension in West Africa. I have other views with the gun holding thing, but go ahead, Soji. Make me hear what you have to say. What are your thoughts on his attire?
On October, what's it called? On October 15, 1983. No, sorry. October 15, 1987. When Captain Thomas Sankara was killed. The first person that issued a statement was the then president of Ghana, Jerry Rawlings. Because unlike the fact that they don't speak a common language, they share the kind of same revolutionary zeal. And the first thing he said, and I quote, was, if only we had protected him, he would still be here. So the fact that Ghana's incoming head of states allows a Burkinabe head of states to come in to his place with all the protection he needs is indicative of that guy being conversant with the history of Burkina Faso and also Ghana. So here's the thing. It's okay that the United States comes to Britain, comes to Germany, brings in the beasts. The beast is what? The beast is a moving tank. It has weapons in it. It's a bulletproof, bomb-proof car that they fly ahead. And when the United States is coming into your airspace, Air Force One is coming in, it is flanked by F-16 planes. What is that? Is that not reckless?
No, not at all. It's the US.
I mean, so again, when I was reading all that post on there, I'm like, these ones are just stupid.
Oh, wow.
They just, yeah. Seriously, they're just stupid. It's like you're living in a world that never existed. We were talking about the United Nations being created, and the fictional nature of his existence. He claims to be one man, one vote on the floor on the General Assembly, but yet one country can take away with its veto power whatever else happens. But yet you are supposed to be playing by rules that nobody else respects. Come on, people. Are you?
So I want to read a part of the article, but I'm going to read it in reverse. All right. Relations between Ghana and Burkina Faso have been strained, particularly after Ghana's former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, accused Traore of harboring Russian mercenaries. But the fact that a military leader, well, this next piece that I'm going to read, this is a statement from Emmanuel Bensa, who works on issues of regional integration. He says, but the fact that a military leader was wielding a gun, demonstrating that they have the power of the gun because they're military leaders, and attending an investiture of democracy is a bit awkward. All right, now let me jump back down to the next paragraph. Traore's attendance at the inauguration was seen as a significant diplomatic gesture aimed at normalizing gestures between the two countries. Ghana's support is crucial in helping Burkina Faso address its deadly militant jihadist insurgency, which poses a threat to coastal West African states. What are your thoughts there, Adesoji?
Again, I'll still go back to the issue of history. Most of these guys who are commenting are looking at the continent of Africa, and in this case, the Western region of Africa, West Africa, as through the lens of the so-called books. The reality on the ground is that space has been undermined, repeatedly undermined, by the same people who give you all these beautiful words like democracy, like human rights, like women rights, like bearing in mind that most of these so-called rights are actually functional aspects of their society, unlike in the West where they only started voting in the 1920s. Women, when was the last time a woman was the president of the United States? I wait. I'll wait. So again, all of this stuff, and then we also then talk about the power. While the US claims to be a democracy within its polity, but outside of its polity, it's been involved in more wars than there are United Nations members. It has more military bases outside of the United States, more than there are more United Nations members.
Mhm.
So again, what are we talking about? One final point, though, to be fair to them,
Mhm.
it's not like the United States have helped topple any government in Africa, is it? I yield.
You know, I never thought about that. That's a good question. Whoa, whoa, that's a good point. Interesting point. So what them do they? Just create confusion.
Well, what can I say? Oh, and by the way, yeah. One final one. The guy in my PTR might have something to say about all this shenanigans, considering the fact that in 1965 he released a book titled Neocolonialism, Last Stage of Imperialism.
Mhm.
And in 1966, whilst he was on a visit to help settle the Vietnam War, he was toppled in a coup that was orchestrated by that company in Virginia.
Well, thank you, Adesoji. Mr. President, since you were the one who sent the article over, would you care to share your thoughts before we move on? Or do we keep it moving? Okay, it's Monday. Mr. President probably can't speak right now. So, all right, let's keep it moving on this one. All right, thank you. Thank you, Adesoji. Our next article, we will support Ghana by focusing on financing key development initiatives, according to the World Bank. This article is also courtesy of Mr. President. Comes to us courtesy of GhanaWeb.com. The World Bank has reaffirmed its commitment to fostering economic growth in African nations, particularly Ghana. It has pledged to prioritize financing key development initiatives in Ghana. This was disclosed by the Vice President for Western Central Africa at the World Bank during a visit to President John Mahama's office in Accra on Wednesday, the 8th. According to the Vice President, the World Bank remains dedicated to helping African countries overcome challenges to achieving sustainable economic growth. In the last couple of months since the arrival of the new president, Ajay Banga, we have introduced a concept called the Better and Bigger World Bank. However, our current focus is on becoming the Better Bank before transitioning to the Bigger Bank. With the Better Bank, we emphasize government ownership, client engagement, and partnerships, complementing our financial assistance with knowledge sharing. As a global institution, we work with numerous countries, allowing us to draw on a wealth of experience. He also highlighted specific economic challenges faced by Ghana and other Western African countries or West African countries. Regarding resource mobilization, it is crucial to ensure that domestic resources contribute significantly to financing the economy. That sounds okay to me. This challenge in Ghana mirrors those faced by countries like Senegal and Kenya. We are happy to involve our department working in this area to discuss widening the resource base and enhancing domestic financing mechanisms. On the topic of cocoa production, the Vice President emphasized its importance to Ghana's economy. Ghana is among the countries for which we have prepared a country climate and development report. We have identified both the potential within the agricultural sector, particularly cocoa, and the challenges facing the sector. We have specific recommendations for the sector and look forward to discussions with Ghana's team. Using our existing programs, we aim to contribute to addressing these challenges and unlocking the sector's full potential. Can I ask a question? And please let me know if it is possible. Adesoji, is it possible for Switzerland and what's the other country? Oh my gosh.
Belgium.
Belgium, yes. Oh, you know, so you're in my mind, not you. Is it possible for Switzerland and Belgium to start labeling their chocolate as being sourced from Ghana? Instead of saying Belgian chocolate, how about saying Ghanaian chocolate? I'm just asking for a friend, you know.
Well, that would impact the the image of the brand, because if you were to say you sourced it from the African jungle, people might not be enamored with the idea of munching stuff that sorry, I don't want to use the S word, but natives would have grown. So we'll stick with Belgian chocolate and Swiss chocolate. Sounds better, and it sounds more exotic if you call it that name. If you were to call it Ghana, it's like first and foremost, we might not even be able to pronounce the name. Because,
what is so hard in Ghana? Ghana.
No, but even the way you can see now, the way it hits your jaw might put you off munching on the key. You might think you're munching on the rock or something. So, but if you say Swiss chocolates, Belgium chocolate, you see it rolls off the tongue. Unlike if you say Ghana, it's like, hey.
What about Grenada? What about Grenada? Because Grenada grew up, so we can't even say Grenada.
Yeah, even names like that sound about something's about to happen to you, as opposed to you having an experience.
I'm sorry. Oh Lord.
So Adesoji, you don't think Europeans are educated enough to know that there's no such thing as Belgium chocolate? That there's no chocolatry here?
And no, they are, but again, we're living in an illusionary society. So the illusion is that we own the stuff, regardless of. Okay, with the exception of British tea, we own the stuff, and we have to create that illusion in the minds of the people that the reason we own this stuff is because we're special. So, James, I take your point. It's not that they don't know, but imagine them having to cede that feeling to somebody else. For them, it's like loss. It's you taking an aspect of themselves. Even look at the Belgian chocolate. The look of itself is even steeped in history. The hands. Now, so no matter how much you tell them that this is barbaric and it's a depiction of an era that people want to sort of lay to rest, but the fact that it's a $7 billion industry, you think they're going to let that rest? The mild inconvenience of having hands munching on fingers.
Can I read something for you before I let you go, James? I want to read something for you. Listen to this. I find this hilarious. So, which chocolate is better, Swiss or Belgian? According to most experts, Belgian chocolate is generally considered better than Swiss chocolate due to its richer, more intense flavor profile, often with a higher cocoa content, while Swiss chocolate tends to be creamier and smoother with a higher milk content, particularly in milk chocolate varieties. Cocoa content. Belgian chocolate typically has a higher cocoa percentage, leading to a more pronounced chocolate taste. Then when we talk about texture, Swiss chocolate often described as creamier and smoother due to their conching process. So, nowhere in this you see which part them get the cocoa from. You notice? So people are going to believe, of course, that the chocolate is grown, harvested, and produced all in either Belgium or Switzerland. You see the foolishness? Instead of highlighting where exactly the chocolate come from and then talk about how they both produce it differently. No. So we can't blame the people them who feel say, this or the chocolate really are come from. And this or it originate from. Can we blame them? Because if I did not know better, I would argue with you and say, what are you talking about? The internet doesn't tell me anything about it being sourced from Africa here. Not until you say go do a deeper dive or go do your research. You see why we can't take things at surface level? It is important that we dig deeper. It's your Belgian chocolate.
You don't agree?
And then have the audacity to have a conversation about the difference. Which one is better? I beg. Do all that come from one place?
Don't forget the French truffle chocolates.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, Adesoji, I was going to ask, can you think of anything that the elites, like, that they savor, they celebrate, that they have at their disposal that comes from Europe? Whether it's diamond, gold, chocolate, whatever. Can you think of anything?
It's funny that you pose that question, because that was the basis of their elitism. The fact that most of this stuff were procured from abroad, and it was one way of them showing their state in society. Tea, coffee, rum, sugar, what else? Chocolates, what else? Lace. That was the thing. That it was to show their class. So the reverse now is the case. We're now the ones consuming whatever they say is exotic to show that we are also of same class. Imagine, they're now selling our own goods back to us, but at double, triple, sometimes even 10 times the price. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the only thing that comes to mind is blue cheese.
Yeah.
Have you had blue cheese before?
All right, so let's keep it moving. So I'm gonna tell you, some of these things make you just laugh. Oh, by the way, before I forget, and I need a lot of Jamaicans to know that ackee never originated in Jamaica. It was brought over from West Africa. It's not even eaten in West Africa. That's the funniest thing, because I saw a YouTube video some months ago where huge ackee tree, and the ackee just up on the ground, and people, a Jamaican, or was it an African who came to Jamaica, noticed it, and went back to Africa to tell them, say, I don't remember whatever the story is. Don't hold me to it right now. But in essence, them don't eat it there. Them never know said could I eat or what have you. And the person was telling them, no man, it's a big deal in Jamaica. Start pick it up and eat it. And as a matter of fact, it is expensive. Yeah. So the ackee tree originated in tropical West Africa. The name ackee comes from the West African Akan language terms anki and akie fufu. In other countries, the ackee is known by different names, including kaka in Cote d'Ivoire, Fizan, Finza in it's kaka and Fizan in Cote d'Ivoire, Finza in Sudan, Isin in Nigeria, akie in Ghana and other countries. It was brought to Jamaica in the mid 1700s, more than likely on a slave trip. And I guess because of the similarity in the tropical climate, it was able to do well. And of course, it made its way to the great USA, because a lot of yards here in South Florida have an ackee tree. So there you go. A little.
Yeah, Mama. So some of the history with it, they were saying that the same ship that brought it over, was some of those same ship that stopped in St. Vincent too. So that's how St. Vincent, they have it also. But what I can imagine, how many Jamaicans died before we realized that it's something that we really can't eat without dying, because we're really the only people that really cook it and eat it. How many people have died to know that is, because I told it almost killed me twice, right?
Really? I can't eat it. I'm allergic to it. I can't eat it at all.
Like it poisoned me twice. I went to the doctor when I was like about.
How you know you were poisoned? What were your symptoms?
Because I went, they call it tummy poison.
No, but so how did you know you were poisoned? How did you know you were having a
because
reaction?
my skin break out almost like leprosy.
Wow.
And when I was rushed to the doctor, they said like if you had come like an hour later, you'd have died. So I didn't actually, from about 11 years old, I never had ackee until I came to Canada. So I didn't eat it for about 20 years. Yeah, but it's a dangerous thing. So I can just imagine how many people died before they figure out the right way to cook it.
To cook it, yeah. I'm allergic to it. I can't have it at all.
And speaking of all of this position of fruits and what have you. Even the cocoa tree, the tea tree, they're not indigenous to Africa. They were brought in by the Europeans. Cocoa was brought in from South America, and the tea was smuggled out of China into India. Yeah. It was the British. It was a Scottish man who was able to smuggle out about 1,600 varieties of tea into India. And then once they cultivated it in India and coming with the Indians to the likes of Kenya, Uganda, and what's the other country? Tanzania, after the Germans left, obviously, then they set up tea plantations and what have you. So.
And the more we know, right? We are always learning.
Yep.
All right. So let's keep moving. The next story, we are in Nigeria. Hey, the U.S. return. This one is funny. I'm sorry. The U.S. returns $50 million in alleged stolen funds to Nigeria. This one, courtesy of the BBC. Stop rolling their eyes at Adesoji. All right. I hope they did proper accounting to figure this one out. But anyway, according to BBC.com, close to 53 million US dollars or 43 million pounds in alleged illicit funds recovered from Nigeria's former oil minister, Dizani Alison Madueke, among others, will be used to fund public services. The country's, you know what? The country's justice minister says. So let me just read the article. Stay focused moments. This is my problem. This is one of the things I have to work on for 2025. Staying focused, learning to read the story without stopping to cast my little snide comments. I'll get there, folks. No work with me. All right. So seriously speaking, close to 53 million US dollars or 43 million pounds in alleged illicit funds recovered from Nigeria's former oil minister, Dezani Alison Madueke, among others, will be used to fund public services, the country's justice ministry says. The money is being sent back to Nigeria from the US, whose authorities allege that Alison Madueke enriched herself and others while leading Nigeria's state oil firm by awarding contracts in exchange for bribes. The U.S. alleged that the money was then used to buy a 65-meter super yacht called the Galactica Star, plus multiple luxury properties in California and New York. Alison Madueke, 64, has always denied all allegations of wrongdoing. Her alleged ill-gotten gains are also under scrutiny in the UK, where 2 years ago she was charged with bribery offenses, including gifts of Louis Vuitton luxury goods, payment of private school fees, and at least $127,000 in cash. A key figure in the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan, she also served as the first female president of the oil exporters group, OPEC. Her time as Nigeria's Minister of Petroleum Resources began in 2010 and ended in 2015. She previously served as Transport Minister and the Minister for Solid Minerals, and Steel Development. The U.S. Department of Justice announced in 2023 the final resolution of 2 civil cases on the forfeiture of assets that were reportedly laundered in and through the U.S. by Alison Madueke and her associates. On Friday, the U.S. and Nigeria confirmed that the sum of 52.88 million would be repatriated to the West African nation. Me nah lie, Madueke, I like that yacht that's still in there. I wonder if me can get that yacht, the yacht bad no blouse and skirt, and I tell no lie. Would I look good panda yacht there? Yeah, you know them say when you have money or when you move around money, it make you look even 10 times better. Me know me would I look good panda yacht there. The yacht is moored in Monaco. How much for a trip to Monaco? I want a yacht for sail around the world. Talk to me, Adesoji. Are we sure that this $52.88 million is what it is? And where is the interest? Because I am pretty sure that while this money was seized, some interest did I earn somewhere upon the money. Who gets the interest? How much was the interest? Where the interest there? Is it included in the 52.88 or is it a separate allotment on the 52.88? What is happening with the assets that were frozen? Who is handling them? Are the assets a part of the 52.88 million? Were the assets auctioned off and that some put into the 52.88 million? I have a lot of questions, but I just don't think it's 52.88 million. Madam, go ahead, Soji.
With the Nigerian states, the issue is not money. The issue is what to do with it. That 53 million, the moment it was said is going to, even before they press send, that money has disappeared. So I don't know what people are celebrating about. That money is gone.
Oh, ye of little faith. Oh, ye
that money has gone up in smoke like poof. Like that.
The magic dragon.
Oh my God, that money is like poof. Like you just see the numbers disappear off the screen. Phew. That's it.
Poof. The magic dragon. Okay.
The lady accused of illicit laundering. I mean, to be fair to her, she was nice to a couple of toy boys while she was in power. So, and she lives actually in London. So she lives, fairly. She goes to the market on her own. Not to say, obviously, she's not acting normal, but the kind of stuff she stole. It must be said. She did a number on the men that were before her. She beat them to everything possible with regards to her level of corruption. He was astounded.
She's on another level?
Believe you me, there is. I don't think anyone has come close to her, having served as the Minister of Petroleum in Nigeria. Nobody can hold a light to that woman.
Okay, I have something interesting to read as a part of this article. All right, let me jump back to it. So, speaking at the formal signing ceremony in the Nigerian capital, Abuja, Attorney General and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi said the return of the funds marks a significant step in the ongoing efforts to combat corruption. Now, Fagbemi said, let me swallow hard on this one, 50 million of the money will go through the World Bank to support rural electrification projects, and the remaining 2.88 million will be directed to the International Institute of Justice to strengthen the justice system and promote anti-corruption efforts. Meanwhile, the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, has emphasized the need for accountability as well as the careful monitoring of the returned funds. The Ministry of Justice, he said, must guarantee that these funds are used transparently and effectively to improve the lives of Nigerians. Now, in November 2022, the U.S. government repatriated to Nigeria $20.6 million in assets allegedly stolen by former Nigerian military leader General Sani Abacha. 5 years ago, Washington transferred $311.8 million to the Nigerian government as part of a previous agreement to repatriate assets that traced back to the Abacha regime. Hold on, I'm losing track of all these figures. Anybody keeping count of all these numbers? What a heap of money that the U.S. has been holding on to for Nigeria because of alleged corruption. Is it that's their habit of holding on to funds of countries? Hey, let's look at Haiti. Whew. Up until now, the gold has not been returned, but it was considered safe for the U.S. to hold on to the gold that they eased out of Haiti back in the early 1900s for quote-unquote safekeeping. The same gold that was allegedly used to fund the Citigroup. Hey, I could talk about it. Go ahead, Adesoji. My area loud and clear already.
When I say that space is basically colonial constructs designed to help them access resources that are available in Nigeria. It wasn't made for the country. It wasn't made for the people. and the way they mishmash. Okay, so Nigeria, for those that don't know, is constituted of at least conservatively put 250 ethnic groups, of which they speak another 480 languages. I don't mean dialects, languages. So second only to India, which has 850. The reason I bring that up is, as much as they want to write all of that fairy stuff, oh, it will come. But besides, if it's your money, why is it coming through the World Bank?
Thank you. That is
Why?
what I was waiting to hear. Why does it have to go through the World Bank?
Again, when I said, even before they press send, the money is disappeared. That alone just tells me, what are we doing here? What are we fooling? Again, illusions. We're living in an optical illusion.
So my question is this, Adesoji, as we're talking about that. So the money is supposed to help to set up electrification projects in rural areas. What rural areas have been highlighted as areas that they're going to address? What is the time frame within which these rural electrification projects will be rolled out? Can we get an update on these rural electrification projects? Please and thank you. World Bank, we need the report.
You're highly unlikely going to get it, because once an external body is involved in something, the point is not to achieve anything, but is to be seen to be doing something. And seen to be doing something is something we do very well in Nigeria. We call it busybody. You just run up and down, write speeches, tie a tape on something, cut it, put a plaque up. And yes, you do that over a period of time. Eventually, people will look at you and like, oh, he's really doing something. Oh, he's working for his people. No, we don't do that.
Interesting that you say busybody, because that's a great segue into our next story. Nigeria investigates nearly 800 suspects arrested in a massive cybercrime raid. So with all the monies that has been accumulated, did anybody, where's my accountant? Me need my accountants. Okay, so we have 52.88 million, right? That's one figure. We have what's the other one? 320.6. Hold on. We're going on the maths, 20. Whoops, 20206. Bam, 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 bam. To that, we're gonna add, what's the other figure? 311.8. Hold on, 311812123. Okay. Grand total 385,280,000 to the penny. I'm hoping dollars, right, has been returned to Nigeria. So if that has been returned to Nigeria, and I'm going to take it, all of it is via the World Bank, I need to see a reduction in the number of cybercrime activity that is coming out of Nigeria, right? Because that sum, hold on, I could go back to it, that 385 million in total should be improving the lives of people who are resorting to cybercrime. Am I being unreasonable? Let's go ahead and get into this next article. Thank you, Mr. President. According to voanews.com out of Abuja, Nigeria, Nigeria's anti-corruption agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, says it is investigating nearly 800 suspects arrested for alleged internet fraud during a massive raid last week in Lagos. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission says this is the greatest number of arrests it has ever made during a single raid. EFCC spokesman Wilson Awujaren told VOA on Tuesday that the raid followed months of intelligence work and surveillance. Listen to this part closely. The 792 suspects, including 193 foreigners, mostly Chinese, were nabbed December 10 in a 7-story building believed to be a quote-unquote hustle kingdom, a place where people are trained to carry out cyber crimes. Uwujaren said the foreigners were recruiting Nigerians there and training them on romance and investment scams, targeting victims from North America and Europe. For us, it's a testament to the fact that we are unrelenting in our efforts to ensure that financial crimes, wherever they exist in the country, are checked. And then this current operation for us is an eye opener because of the large number of foreigners involved, which is an indication that the perception of Nigerians as fraudulent people may not be true. We have a number of foreigners now coming to Nigeria to perpetrate frauds that are ascribed to Nigerians. The EFCC recovered hundreds of computers, phones, and vehicles during the raid. The commission says it is collaborating with international partners to determine whether the subjects are linked to a broader network of internet fraud cells. So, cybercrime is a growing problem in Nigeria. In April, a report by a coalition of researchers from the universities of Oxford and New South Wales ranked Nigeria 5th in the world for cyber crimes. First up, you know who is number one? Russia. You know who is number two? Ukraine. You want to know who is number three? China. You want to know who is number four? The United States. And then Nigeria comes in number five. So you remember that interview? What's his name? With what's his name? The white man with the black man, that interview where he said Nigeria is the most corrupt country on earth, and he had to be corrected.
Oh, that was the one with Louis Farrakhan.
Aha.
And
Hey.
what's his name? What's the name of the interview?
I can't remember, but you know who we're talking
I know.
about.
Yeah, I think it's a 60 Minutes guy. The
Yes.
60 Minutes guy, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but my thing, moment. So we're well, not we, but you guys are sending billions of dollars to Ukraine, and Ukraine is number two. How do you manage to be number two when you're being bombed every day?
Ooh.
What's going on? Where do you find time? Where do you find time to be doing that when you're being bombed?
Make we talk about it. You see, the news is an interesting place, you know. And here's the thing. Besides being an interesting place, yes, when things are documented, where things are noted, you can always go back and dig things up. Because we not pull things out of the ear. We not run off with mouth. We have the facts because we do our research. And we're able to stitch everything together. And we take piece from this one and piece another. And we say, hold on a minute, they know something not right. It's called common sense. Yes, James. Uh-huh.
And the irony too, number one and number two is fighting. What's going on?
Hey! Shh. We're not supposed to talk about that.
Are we whispering? What we're not supposed to talk about?
How dare this article come out? BBC, can you reel in your people over there for me, please? I'm not BBC, I'm VOA News. You are putting too much information out there. How dare you highlight the fact that Russia is number one in fraud and cybercrime activity? How dare you point out that Ukraine is number two, China number three, and how dare you put the United States of America? We do not bash or speak negatively about the greatest country on earth. How dare you? Somebody check VOA News for me, please. You have something stuck in your throat?
Yeah, no. I'm disappointed with the Ukrainians. I'm sorry.
Why are you disappointed? Weren't we the ones who spoke about the images coming out of Ukraine? And never we make up the picture, them the images were circulating on social media of people living their best life over there in the Ukraine while we are paying their government officials. Didn't we read the news articles here where the hospitals were being funded by us, doctors and nurses, government workers are being paid by the US government. I don't know if them turn off that faucet, But didn't we read those articles right here, if I'm not mistaken, courtesy of AlJazeera.com?
Yeah, but I'm confused because don't you need internet to be in cybercrime? And I hear that your internet was down. What's going on?
You remember Starlink?
Ah.
They've got Starlink.
You never see smoke it off. I'm gonna tell us something now. You know what?
Just saying.
Am I grateful that there is an interception and that there is a crackdown? Yes, I am, because I have told you all here, our household has felt the severe effects of the cybercrime, which was when our attorney did their homework, they were able to trace it back to Nigeria with a connection up there in Connecticut. We ended up in court in Virginia. Thousands of dollars gone out our pocket in attorney fees. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you now. But it's the foreigners going there and training these people how to do it. So I'm glad. Me would I like to see the faces of these people. I can't really go in depth because we still not done with it yet. We still have some loose ends to tie up. Like Jay-Z said, we're a couple stacks down and I want my money back. That's all me can say. So we sit here and we like to call Nigerians corrupt and them are they have them this and them that when they're being trained. So how about, and this is a call I would like to send out to all the governments of all countries of people of color. You see, the same way you're going to own a people a hard time, give the foreigner a harder time. Times that by 3. We make it too easy for foreigners to come into our countries and set up shop and do as them please, because it's like we're frightened. We're so easily impressed by foreigners. So a lot of what we are going through, it's because we're too lax and lackadaisical and too welcoming because of foreign investors, quote unquote. We're quick to give our own people a hard time. But foreigners, and you want an example of that? Go to any airport. Go to any airport. You watch the lines, nothing to declare. Or you when them have the posters. Visitors, international, citizens, diplomats, tourists. Just stand back and pay attention. And you see the difference in treatment depending on which line people are in. Any airport for any quote unquote black country. Check it and tell me, come back and tell me I'm wrong. But pay attention to the tourist line. I beg you do. Pay attention to the tourist line. Oh yeah. Them get the smiles. The only line of people when I get no smile, none at all, are the people them of the residents of the said country. When they go abroad and then come back home now, them bag them get dig up, search up, they are taxed, tariffed, customs, excise duties, whatever you want to call it. The whole airport can see what in your suitcase, in your bag, everything. The only thing left for them do is take off your clothes off for you. And then they go to their computers and they type in things and they want to assess you based on the cost of the good in their opinion. They might take the highest price and they want to charge you that for the good. Tell me, say a lie, me I tell. Tell me.
You sound traumatized.
It's not true. I guess. Yeah, I guess. And this is how foreigners get away with murder in our country. Remember the story we had, the article, the video I played last week, the soundbite rather, with Julius, what's his name, down there in South Africa, when he was talking about the immigration issue.
Julius Malema.
Ah, thank you. When he said, you will have the white man come to the country, overstay their time and nobody not trouble them. But let a black man from another African nation stay there within 1 day. A problem. We're frightened for foreigners. And that is our... So we sit here and we like to point our fingers and talk about what they do to us. But let us talk about what we allow on our own people. While we're pointing one finger or two, depending on how you hold your hand, you have your index and your thumb probably pointing straight ahead. But guarantee your middle finger, ring finger, and pinky finger pointing right back at us. How do we hold ourselves accountable when we talk about the infiltration into our countries? The setting up of shop by people who don't mean us no good. They pretend to care and they pretend to want to do better, but really and truly, it's their self-interest that they're attending to. All right, done that. I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's the naked truth. Mm-hmm. All right, next up. South Africa is how funny it is. We're heading to South Africa for our next story. Go ahead before I'm go ahead, J. Paul. Welcome.
Morning, all.
Good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend.
Indeed.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think that's a clever play. It's not even just a clever play, but I think foreigners, it's a play on the citizens of a place because they know, even in their own land, the wickedness or the evil done to them, they've only seen it from the people, from their own people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a clever infiltration in a way.
Very clever indeed. All right, thank you, J. Paul. Next up, our last story out of the international news segment. South Africa police rescue naked migrants held captive. This story comes to us courtesy of BBC. South African rescued 26 migrants believed to be from Ethiopia who have been held captive in a house or had been held captive in a house in Johannesburg. 15 were found naked inside the property, while the 11 others who had injuries were located nearby. The discovery was made on Thursday evening in a northeastern suburb of the city following a tip-off from neighbors, the police said. 3 people have been arrested. It is not clear how the migrants ended up in South Africa, but the authorities are investigating whether they were victims of trafficking. In a statement, the police said they had dismantled a human trafficking ring. Officials have not given any details about the conditions the migrants were held in or why some were naked. Those who were found close to the crime scene had broken open a window and burglar bar and escaped, according to Carl Filani, spokesperson for the Hawks, a national police agency specializing in serious crimes. Those who had been injured when trying to flee were taken to hospital for further treatment. In August last year, 90 undocumented Ethiopian nationals were found allegedly held against their will and in inhumane conditions at a house east of Johannesburg. Local police in an operation involving other agencies stumbled across the group while searching for a kidnapping victim who was also found at the house. What the heck? Is this something that is prevalent in South Africa? I would love to hear more about this story. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna have to do some digging to get some more information on that one. All right, and that story rounds out the stories out of the international segment. Gonna take a quick break, and then we have stories out of North America state. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Go ahead. All right, we're back on YouTube. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live. Thank you for coming to Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. Yes, Javed, balancing, juggling. I don't know, people in the circus do it. And balancing on a tightrope, huh? Okay, it is time for stories out of North America. And first up, we have an article courtesy of NPR. Why Los Angeles, America's most fire-ready city, became overwhelmed by flames. Let me go ahead and pull up the sound bite for that one. Where are you, NPR? Let's take a listen.
The biggest of several wildfires still burning out of control in Los Angeles grew by more than 1,000 acres overnight. More than 300,000 people are now under evacuation orders or in evacuation warning areas. As the firefight continues, questions are beginning to mount about whether LA was adequately prepared. NPR's Kirk Siegler has the latest.
Clayton Colbert, a Malibu resident of 45 years, stayed behind when the Palisades fire exploded, figuring he could pump water from the ocean to douse hot spots, igniting from embers.
That's our fire hoses there. We saw this coming.
Colbert, exhausted, with black rings of ash under his eyes, is relieved his home between Pacific Coast Highway and the beach is still standing. As we speak, his neighbor's home is engulfed in flames. 2 firefighters and an engine can't save it.
I've been doing this for 48 hours or more. There was a period here for 24 hours where there wasn't a fire truck or firefighter or anybody, actually.
You hear this a lot in the fire zones where even hydrants have gone dry, but Colbert isn't sure anything would have mattered. It was so dangerous in the LA basin with hurricane-force Santa Ana winds.
Listen, if you look and see what happened in the Palisades and everywhere else, there could be 6,000 firefighters and it wouldn't be enough.
Still, the political finger-pointing has begun over whether more could have been done sooner. Asked about recent budget cuts, LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley told CBS News that did hamper some training and disaster preparedness.
We did exactly what we could with what we had.
Would more resources have helped?
If I had 1,000 engines to throw at this fire, I honestly don't think 1,000 engines at that very moment could have tapped this fire down.
Only recently have winds calmed enough for water scooping planes to fly over the fires, at least for now. It's an extraordinary view from this beach. Huge planes flying in pairs skim the Pacific Ocean, then fly directly over the Santa Monica Mountains. LA is a city built out into flammable wildlands from its famous coast to rugged, densely populated canyons with one-way in, one-way out roads to mountains as high as 10,000 feet. The LAFD has long been a leader in knocking down urban wildfires. Fire agencies from around the West come here to train. But this past week has tested the best, says UCLA researcher Edith de Guzman.
You have embers flying miles apart. Fire ignition is extremely difficult to predict or control, and it's happening simultaneously in so many places.
De Guzman says climate change is accelerating the extremes. There were 2 extraordinarily wet years building up vegetation, and this year, so far, no rainy season. Experts say even the most prepared fire agencies in the world can't do much when infernos like these ignite. De Guzman says further complicating things are all the wooden homes here, relics of early 20th century earthquake construction.
We have infrastructure and development that is a legacy of a period when we had less extreme conditions climate-wise And we also have, fewer people.
That's clear even along the posh coastline, where mansions mingle with older, funkier, modest homes, like in Clayton Colbert's neighborhood, which is an eerie shell of its former self.
There was a 3-story wood structure house right there between there, and that went up like a Roman candle.
Everything is gone, he says. Kirk Ziegler, NPR News, Los Angeles.
I mean, it's so sad to see the images. Really is sad. We think about the lives that have been lost. But let us talk about the wickedness when we talk about insurance companies. Canceling people's policies months ago. So there are people who've lost everything. My cousin up in New York, she posted, she put up a post, which I reposted it on my Instagram, on Instagram for Coffee into the stories, about a family friend. And she put the image, lost everything over there in California. Flat, burned to the ground. Yeah, I have my thoughts about this whole thing, but I guess I will be mindful, especially since I'm on air. Um, and to those who were, what's the word I'm looking for? My God, it was right there on the tip of my tongue, and now it has slipped me. But for the proactive, for those who are proactive and just got busy, not, setting up the hot dog stand, that gentleman, much love to you, to feed people. And then, of course, it turned into a big thing where other people joined in, people donating water and so on and so forth. I want to say thank you to the to the multimillionaires out there. I'm going to ask you one favor. Instead of running your mouth and trying to fuel the fire of politicizing this whole thing, how about each of you, because I know it won't affect you, and guess what? You can use it as a tax write-off, charitable donations as well, right? How about each of you commit to putting up, let's say, 10 families at a hotel for, let's say, 6 months, because there's no rebuilding that's going to happen in 6 months. All right. So instead of politicizing this and helping to point fingers and blame game and blah, 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 let's do better. Let's do better. Huh? Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else that I should say? We thank God for the lives that were spared. We just want to see everybody move forward. It is my hope that the community, the Black community that was, hey, I don't know that thing I want to talk to. What you refer to them as is legacy media, the right name for these media houses.
Yeah.
You see, Uno have to come down. And this is where social media going to have Uno. And this is where YouTube going to have Uno, because I don't need to stop it. You all went into the Black community and called the people who were helping people move them things out. You are not going to the community and people who are trying to save what they can of their possessions. Want to call them looters? Huh? Really? And refusing to correct the narrative? So we can't even go into our own homes and take out our things without labeling us in something negative, with something negative. We are thief with one of things. We can't even help our neighbors salvage what they can. without being labeled looters. So why, when you went into the white neighborhoods, you didn't do the same thing? Why aren't they looting too? I'm just asking. I don't need to stop it. I don't even think it's not even funny. And if you're not doing it for clickbait, shame out or no. Do you understand the narrative? Do you understand the landscape within which we are currently existing? Where Black and brown people are cast in a negative light? Huh? Everything bad, it's us, right? Do better, legacy media. Do better.
The excuse me, the outstanding thing for that report was, here's an organization that was accused of lying, that paid over $500 million to get its hook off the case, and is still in another case where it's likely to pay something similar. And the fact that they're still out there, still propagating news alone is wild. But hey, it's the United States of America.
Shame on them. Big
Hey,
shame
hey.
on them for that. Go ahead, J. Paul. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't bash the US, right?
We deserve it sometimes.
Oh
Hey,
boy.
hey, when I stopped trusting the media, because I used to watch a particular media host like regular, and the anchor for the evening news put out a story where he was on. It was during, was it Afghanistan? And he was on a helicopter reporting, and the helicopter came on a gunfire. And years after, they found out that it wasn't true, and he lost his job. And I'm like, yeah, it's crazy, but yeah, that's what that's why new media, it has this challenge, right? Because new media have a lot of bias. When you look at YouTube and see what's going on, when you see the conservative vloggers and you see the liberal vloggers, like they are 100% with their own. Like even some of these people, when Donald Trump talk about take over the Panama Canal, they find some ridiculous way to twist it and say it makes sense. And when you look into their face, they just look confused, and you're like, you don't believe what's coming out of their mouth. So we have our problem too with independent media, but at least it's like a la carte menu. You get to pick what you watch. You don't have to watch legacy media.
That is true. That is so true, James. You're absolutely right. And here's the daunting task we have ahead of us for Caffeine Talk. It's the drowning out because people don't like the truth. And that is the uphill battle we have. Nobody wants to hear the truth. Listen, life is good, bad, and ugly. And with the good, there is the bad. And you have to be willing to take it all. Life is not perfect. You show me show me somebody on this earth that's perfect. Show me any country on this earth that's perfect. Show me a government that has it down pat perfect. None. The only way we can strive for perfection is by being willing to address the areas of opportunity. We have to be willing to sit down and have conversation about the errors of our ways and how not to repeat such behavior. There's no other way to move forward. We do it with our children. Well, nowadays things are all of that have changed. Somebody don't want to call out them pitney anymore, right? When our children do wrong and there's an intercession, what do? We punish them. We tell them why we're punishing them, right? We don't just punish them so. Or we don't just ignore what they have done and business as usual. If you have repeatedly told your child not to do a particular thing, I mean, can talk from my own experience, right? You repeatedly tell your child not to do something and they go against your rules and regulations and you catch them. Don't you punish them? There is a teachable moment, so we say, right? We have dialogue with them. We explain to them why what they did was wrong. I don't know.
You know, that's one thing in America that I do admire, excuse me, about our politicians, their ability to lie with a straight face. You know, it's it's so it's so dangerous though. Even in media with the news, you know, especially like when you look at social media, because that's the main source that most citizens get the information. They don't have any. They eliminated the truth facts, truth facting on Meta, which you reported last week, and X already doesn't have it. So I mean, geez.
Well, it says a free for all now, and we're gonna have to decipher what's true from now. But thank God, there are some of us who have common sense and are able to rationalize, right? Yeah.
Well, in Canada last year, I do believe that they passed a law um, about reposting news that writers write in publications, and people try to add their own spins to it, like people do on social media. But it's illegal in some forms in Canada.
Ah, boy. Listen. What can I say? J. Paul, I don't know what's the next 4 years. All I can say is one or two things. Either we're going to get out or, as a matter of fact, you know something, let me retract that. For the next 4 years, we need our seat belts because it's going to be a bumpy ride. The seat belts we need are not the one where the typical one in the car. We need the one that motor, what you call them, race car drivers use, right? Where you're really strapped in properly. We need that as well as get our popcorn and wine or whatever your choice of beverages because the show is about to start.
No helmets?
That too. That too.
Moments, can I say something good about this administration that's coming in?
Please. We need something good. We
Yeah.
need
So
something good.
the one thing, and it is something that we experience in Canada too, right? Because Canada, you know, they say America sneeze and everywhere catch cold. Same thing that goes on here too. So the beauty about this administration coming in is that they're going to be held accountable because there are some things that I've seen happen in the last administration that nobody in America like, but because they are the preferred choice, you know, like a lot of people turn their back and say, you know what, I'm not going to say anything about it. In particular, legacy media, they're not going to bring up a lot of things because they don't want it to feed into giving the other party the upper hand. So one thing I can say, they are going to be held accountable because the example with, just say like with Obama, right? Obama was so loved that when Obama was deporting 3 million people, nobody said anything. And we see some similar things happen here with one of our party. They spend like crazy and do like our garbage truck, our police vehicle, our ambulance, everything that have to do with government. They have more LGBTQ thing on them than anything else, and they spend billions of dollars on that. And people, because the government was loved, nobody say anything. But when a government that comes in that's a bit toxic, like Trump coming in toxic, they're held accountable. Every pin they move, like people watch. So that's the only good thing I can say about this one, because I have a feeling that if, just say like Obama say we're going to take the Panama Canal, people would find an excuse and say, yeah, we should take it. But no, Trump is being held accountable for everything that comes out of his mouth. Panama, Greenland, whatever, like people are holding them accountable. So that's a good thing.
All right, thank you, James. Okay, next story in our North American segment. U.S. finds no Havana syndrome linked to foreign powers, but two spy agencies say it's possible. This article, courtesy of the Associated Press via WSVN. Excuse me. U.S. intelligence has found no evidence linking a foreign power to the mysterious Havana syndrome injuries reported by some U.S. diplomats and other government personnel, though two agencies now say it's possible a foreign adversary may have developed or even deployed a weapon responsible for the injuries. The conclusion, which echoes early investigations, follows a review, conducted by seven intelligence agencies or departments that examined cases of brain injuries and other symptoms reported by American diplomats and other military and government staffers who have raised questions about the involvement of a foreign adversary. In the new assessment released by U.S. intelligence on Friday, five of the seven agencies concluded that it is very unlikely that a foreign adversary was behind the injuries. Two of the agencies, however, reached a different conclusion, determining that there is a possibility that a foreign power may have developed or even used a weapon capable of causing the reported injuries. Such a device would presumably rely on acoustic energy, microwaves, or another kind of directed energy. Symptoms that include headaches, balance problems, and difficulties with thinking and sleep were first reported in Cuba in 2016, leading to the label Havana syndrome, and later by hundreds of American personnel in multiple countries. The Biden administration has faced pressure to investigate following the reports from U.S. personnel of significant brain injuries and other symptoms after being targeted by what some have suggested is an effort to harass and injure Americans working overseas. But officials have been, have been unable to find an explanation. Hmm, that's interesting. How is it that two bodies are not able to find something wrong? Or, I'm sorry, how is it that two bodies were able to come up with a suspicion of whatever?
Question: the this syndrome, is it only experienced by Americans or people linked to the American embassies, or is there other countries or embassies that are experiencing the same thing?
Well, so far, we can do a little more research, but so far we're only hearing about Americans or those who work in the embassy so far.
So can it be that some technology or something that they have in those embassies or whatever that is inflicting it on their own people, and they thinking it's a foreign power?
There's a
Because
strong.
I'm saying if it's a syndrome like that, it should affect other people.
That is
If it only
true.
affecting you and people in your offices and your environment, I mean, in multiple countries,
Hmm.
what's the probability that this adversary is targeting so much? Maybe it is something that you are doing or something that you have in your embassies or your offices that is causing the problem.
You know, you have a point there. Let us go back into the article here. A couple. Okay, let me go back to this paragraph. Two of the agencies, however, reached a different conclusion, determining that there is a possibility that a foreign power may have developed or even used a weapon capable of causing the reported injuries. Such a device, this is the fragment I want, such a device would presumably rely on acoustic energy, microwaves, or any other kind of directed energy. Hmm. Can we pick anything out of that right there? Acoustic energy, microwaves, and directed energy. So, what kind of equipment or appliances or what have you did they have within the facilities then, Mr. President? Hmm. Hold on a second. Let me see something here. Google is my best friend. What is the definition of acoustic energy? And the reason I want to find that out is because it talks about headaches, right? They said that you experience headaches. No, so? Uh-huh. All right. The scroll. Want to bear with me 1 second because we're trying to put the pieces together here. All right. So acoustic energy. What is acoustic energy? Acoustic energy can be defined as the disturbance of energy which passes through matter in the form of a wave. In other words, it is the energy concerning the mechanical vibrations from its components is called acoustic energy. Huh. Where is acoustic energy made? Despite acoustic energy, well, that is a brand. Hmm. Hmm. Electromechanical transducer is a type of device that either converts an electrical signal into sound waves or converts a sound wave into an electrical signal. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. I think I know where my head is going, but I won't go there. Not right now. And I think some of you know exactly where I'm going. When you talk about the facilities, these facilities, I would imagine, Mr. President, are outfitted with highly sensitive um, equipment. Leave it there. And a lot of times we are in these environments, and which we consider, and then we consider ourselves privileged to be able to be in those environments, right? But then there is what do you call it? The side effect, kind of like medication that they don't talk about.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's something that is inadvertently affecting people that you're unaware of and you framing it as an attack because it probably occurred first in Cuba or you notice it first in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
We automatically assume that it was an attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So I'm sure that more research needs to be done. The official who spoke on the condition of anonymity on the rules set out by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence noted that other national security agencies were more confident in their determination that foreign governments were not involved and that specific intelligence clues found by some U.S. intelligence cast doubts on any foreign involvement. Okay. All right. Interesting. I'm sure we're going to hear more about it now that this has come to the forefront and that there is no conclusion, so to speak, because the reason I'm saying that two agencies are going against the grain. It's against the grain, kind of like when you have a jury, right? Yeah, and everybody don't agree. Okay, that's what that is. All right, next up, there is one major gift Trump is inheriting from Biden, and that is a good job market. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR. And yes, we're going a little beyond on YouTube Live today. Typically, we would have ended the live at 1 o'clock. We're going back to normal programming tomorrow. Yes, so I know we talked a lot. We exhausted some topics earlier on in the show, but tomorrow we're going to be back on schedule. But today we are going to try to get through the stories, and so we have no carrying over. All right. So let's go ahead and take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR.
While Trump does return to the White House later this month, he will inherit, among other things, a very solid job market. Today, we learned that U.S. employers added more than 250,000 jobs last month. That is better than forecasters were expecting. NPR's Scott Horsley is here with details on that jobs report and what it might mean for the overall economy. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Mary Louise.
Okay, so 2024, it sounds like from a jobs point of view, it ended on a high note.
Yeah, it really did. All told, the U.S. economy added more than 2.2 million jobs last year. That is a bit of a slowdown from 2023, when employers added about 3 million jobs, but it's very good. It's more jobs than we added back in 2019, for example, before the pandemic. Julia Coronado, who's with Macro Policy Perspective, says this was really encouraging news.
I can't find anything wrong with this report. Job gains were not only strong, but they were broader based than they've been. There aren't really any signs of weakness outside of manufacturing. And the unemployment rate declined even though more people were looking for work.
More than 200,000 people joined or rejoined the U.S. workforce last month, and a lot of them found jobs, and that pushed the unemployment rate down to a low 4.1%.
So I'm listening to you and you're saying things like really encouraging, very good. And yet this jobs report came out today. It landed and then there was a big sell-off in the stock market. What was that?
Right. The Dow Jones Industrial Average tumbled almost 700 points. For investors, the strong job market means the Federal Reserve is going to be in no hurry to cut interest rates. The Fed has already lowered rates by a full percentage in September, but Fed policymakers have signaled they're going to be very careful about additional rate cuts so long as inflation remains a little bit higher than the central bank would like. Now, if the job market were not holding up so well, the Fed would probably feel more pressure to cut interest rates and goose the economy a little bit. But with today's report painting such a positive picture of the jobs market, Coronado says Fed policymakers can afford to take their time, especially while they wait to see what the incoming president does with economic policy.
They are likely to be patient, particularly given the uncertainties around policies around immigration and tariffs that might produce a burst of inflation. The Fed can just ride what is a very stable and healthy economy and just gather more information.
Of course, not all stock market investors are known for their patience, and it's the impatient investors who were disappointed today that we're not going to see faster cuts in interest rates.
One more thing to ask you about, Scott, which is this. Why so many people still seem not to be happy about the economy? We know that was a factor in the election in November. How do we square dissatisfaction with the economy with, you're telling me, good jobs numbers, low unemployment?
Yeah, we know there's still a lot of frustration with the cumulative effects of inflation over the last few years. Prices are still high, even if they're no longer going up as fast as they had been. The good news is wages are also going up. In fact, on average, wages have been going up faster than prices for more than a year and a half now. So paychecks are catching up. Workers are regaining some of the buying power they lost when inflation was so high. And today's report is another reminder that a strong job market and low unemployment are working families' best friends. So let's hope they keep up.
Indeed. And Pierre Scott Horsley, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's hope they keep up indeed. And you know what's going to happen? The sad reality. When President-elect Trump went in office, he inherited a renewed economy from the Obama administration. He's going back again, and he's going to inherit again a revamped economy. And who's going to, as he took the praises the last time, he's going to take the praises again this time. I hope he tells Biden thank you. Yeah. And let's see how quickly it will be ruined. And we're going to forget. Well, not us. 70-something million people are going to quickly forget. Yeah, not us. But hey, as I said, buckle up, buttercup.
Yeah, Mom. The thing is, with the inflation is one of the worst things. Like I've come to discover that, right? Because with inflation, the inflation that we've experienced during and after the pandemic, when things settle down and things go back to normal, one thing never come down is prices. Prices go up, but it never come down. You know, when you ask her, it's like a riddle: what goes up but never come down? Prices, right? And the thing about that is that one of the deception also within North America, and I can say probably the Caribbean too, is that the jobs rate, the jobs growth is like a political tool that's used to kind of massage the back of people to make them feel like we're doing well. Because yes, technically you can look and say the unemployment rate, we're doing good where that is concerned. The numbers, employment numbers are going up, right? But what are the numbers that are going up? Like the Amazon, the Walmart, like a lot of these companies that when you look in 2025 at some of these companies that account for most of the jobs, and you compare them to the same companies 20 years ago, you could work in these companies and you could rent a studio apartment. In 2024, 2025, you can't even get a basement apartment in the same jobs. So yeah, the rates are good, but the value is not the same as it was like years ago. You have these jobs, a lot of these jobs, like think for example, people working at Walmart and they're they're setting up food banks at Walmart for their own staff. That would not happen 20 years ago. Yeah, so yeah, it's the rates are deceptive. You know, the top 1% are still going away smiling. The same people that after the election, you say Elon Musk and all of these people that gain billions of dollars in just hours, and the working class is still suffering, even though the rates are going up. The workers are still struggling.
But should we be alarmed by that, James? When I think it was last week or the week before, we highlighted that the federal minimum wage has not changed in what, over 15, 16 years? It is still at $7 and something cents. Who in today's economy can live on their own, just by themselves, no children, no, not just them alone? Who in today's economy can live off of $7 and what is it, 25 cents? Okay, when we calculate it, let us say it's $7.25 times 40 hours. That's $290 for the week. Let's go ahead and multiply that by 52. 15,080. Who can live off of that in the United States, living alone in a decent neighborhood where you don't have to be dodging bullets?
Yeah, and it's sad because what it shows is that right now, America is at a breaking point. You know, when you can look on social media and you can see someone in LA lost their $14 million house with 50 cars in there, and people are like celebrating. People are not feeling any remorse or any type of thing, any empathy for those people, because there's like this wedge between the rich, the haves and the haves not, until it get to a point where people just don't care anymore. They're like, oh, whatever, you lost your $14 million house. Like,
listen, we have real problems. Yeah.
We have real problems. You can go collect insurance or whatever. And that's the thing. I feel like it's like greed is just bringing down North America. And that's what needs to be fixed. Greed.
You know, James, I'm glad you brought that up because I saw a couple posts. One in particular stood out where a certain celebrity child, she's an adult now, right? And I know she moved to LA recently. And she is bashing people for not sympathizing or empathizing with the celebrities who have lost everything. And people are wondering if she's out of touch, if she has sense, because yes, you may have lost valuables, you lost your property, and we're not saying that, you know, we're ignoring you, but there are other people wherein you can rebuild. You have the wherewithal. Even if your insurance got canceled, you have access to millions of dollars to rebuild your life. We need to talk about those who don't have it. So can you imagine you're in your position of privilege because of wealth that you either worked for or you inherited or you have access to because of your parents, and you want all the attention on you for your house to burn down, but you know, say you can go to daddy and daddy can rebuild it for you. No, I need the world to feel sorry for me. Really? Nobody gives two cahoots. Go ahead, J. Paul. Sorry about that. Go ahead. I know you're waiting to talk. Go right ahead.
Oh no, pardon me. One of the things you mentioned about the minimum wage positions. The unfortunate thing is in America, a minimum wage position in the workforce is technically intended to be an entry-level position into the workforce. It's really not designed to be a long-term position, although I understand that most people that do hold those positions long-term that lack the skill set or the educational.
Is it me or did I lose J. Paul?
Elevate into other industries, but those wages, they kind of affect the cost in a way because they aren't meant to. The wages aren't meant to be lived on. They aren't intended to be livable wages. I say that.
Not intended to be livable wages. Interesting. So why have it there then? Isn't that misleading in some way?
Yes, yes. However, they associate everything in groups, of course. Like most systems, and they do it on the educational standard. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
But
J-Paul
Hold on
so
1 second, Mr. President. Go ahead, James, and then we come
yeah,
back to you, Mr. President.
what J-Paul is mentioning with the entry level, like, if you're old enough, like you'd have seen it. Like back in the days growing up, you'd have seen like these guys that pack out stuff in the supermarket, like pack your bags and walk you to the car and stuff like that. Entry level. A lot of these jobs initially back in the 60s, the 70s were you're in grade 9, you're going to high school, about to go to college. A lot of these jobs, these minimum wage entry level jobs, were occupied by students. But the more the North America got poor and the more the 1% got rich, these jobs have been passed on to either immigrants or people with low level education that live in government housing and stuff like that. And that is what is happening across the world now. You go to McDonald's where like everybody, like for example, in Canada, McDonald's is like a rite of path for every single high school child that you reach grade 8, McDonald's. You don't need that money because you live on your parents' roof and stuff like that. But now we're seeing more students being pushed out of these minimum wage jobs because the economy is getting the richer is getting richer and the poor is getting poor. So there are no jobs. There's hardly any livable wage jobs to enough to provide for everybody else. So people are just taking whatever they can, and that is a problem.
All right. Thank you, James. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Now, James made the point I was going to make, that although this may have meant to be temporary, you find more and more people on them permanently now. The percentage of people that is on minimum wage has grown substantially. And there are people not only doing 1, sometimes 2, sometimes 3 minimum wage jobs. And yet still they can't make ends meet.
Yeah.
So even the transfer of people to higher salaries is not happening as fast. It's not happening because people desperate, they're taking what they're getting now.
Desperation, huh? All right. Next up, Biden extends protections for immigrants from Venezuela, El Salvador, and Ukraine. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR.
With 10 days left in office, the Biden administration is taking steps to protect some immigrants. Today, the president extended temporary protected status for migrants in the U.S. from a handful of countries, including El Salvador, Venezuela, and Ukraine. About 1 million people will be shielded from deportation for up to 18 months. However, many are fearful that President-elect Donald Trump could change that. NPR's Sergio Martinez Beltran reports.
For the last few months, Carlos Argueta has traveled to Washington, D.C. to advocate for the preservation of temporary protected status, or TPS, for people from El Salvador. The designation, which is given to people from certain countries that are unsafe to return to, was set to expire in March. Argueta is 51 and lives in Houston, where he works as a tax preparer. He's lived in the U.S. since 2000 and was driving to work this morning when he learned the Biden administration had extended TPS for his homeland.
Muy contento y agradecido con él porque los va a dar la.
He says he's grateful Biden is giving him and the nearly 234,000 other beneficiaries from El Salvador the chance to remain in the country and renew their work permit. Biden also extended TPS to about 600,000 Venezuelans and 100,000 Ukrainians. TPS was created by Congress in 1990 as part of the Immigration Act. That year, El Salvador became the first country to be granted TPS for 2 consecutive years due to the Civil War. It was renewed in 2001 after a series of devastating earthquakes and has been extended since. Ana is 69 years old and has been a beneficiary of TPS for 24 years.
Y desde esa fecha yo no he dejado de solicitarlo, de llenar mis papeles, hacer mis taxas.
Ana says she has to reapply for TPS every 18 months. She works as a janitor cleaning offices in Houston and religiously files her taxes. But she doesn't want me to use her last name because she's scared of being targeted if President-elect Donald Trump revokes TPS for El Salvador.
Una idea muy que no creo asimilarlo, ¿me entiende? Porque
She says she can't fathom having to return to El Salvador at her age. Trump tried during his first term to end TPS for hundreds of thousands of people from 6 countries, including El Salvador, but was blocked in the courts. The Trump Vance transition team didn't respond to questions about Biden's actions or their plans for TPS, but Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, has said the program could be slashed. According to the Department of Homeland Security, 17 countries currently have TPS designation. Jose Palma is a coordinator with the National TPS Alliance, an organization that advocates for legislation that would allow TPS holders to get permanent status.
I have 4 U.S. citizen kids. Some of my kids are in the university, some of my kids are in the middle school, getting into elementary school and middle school. So the impact of losing TPS will not only be on myself, but in the families. And this is the situation for everyone protected by TPS.
Including Walter Martinez, a hotel worker in Las Vegas. He says he's relieved that Biden extended the TPS for El Salvador, but he's expecting Trump to take it away.
No sé cuánto tiempo nos van a dar y si Trump nos va a poner al frente de la línea para poder ser deportados.
He says he worries Trump will put TPS holders at the front of the line in his mass deportation plans. Sergio Martinez Beltran, NPR News, Austin.
If they really and truly enforce TPS, we already know what's going to happen to the agricultural sector. We already know what's going to happen to the hotel industry. So I have a question. I saw a couple stories circulating, and I need to double check on the validity of said stories. But I don't know if anyone else saw these stories. Let me know. From my understanding, and it appears that I am out of fan base. Let me go ahead and get back in. We have a little glitch this morning with fan base. So let me see if I can make my way back over to fan base. Bear with me 1 second here. YouTube. Bear with me 1 second while I try to find the space to get back into fan base. Okay, found it. Thank you, gentlemen.
I hope they didn't deport you to Venezuela, you know?
They probably just threw her across the Gulf of America.
What was the last Gulf of America? What was the last thing you heard? Did you hear the entire clip?
Yeah, I was making a cup of tea, and then I heard Mexicans. I was like, "Oh, are we back in Mexico now?"
Yeah, we're back in Mexico now. So, what I was saying, kind of clip is long, so I'm not going to read it back over, play it over. But what I was saying is that, let us say he upholds the revoking of TPS, temporary protective status, right? Let us say he revokes it because Biden has put it in for the next 18 months. So at least for the next 18 months, hopefully these people are okay. But let us say it gets revoked. We already know what the repercussions are going to be. We know what's going to happen to the agricultural sector, right? We know what will happen to the tourism or the service industry. And when we talk about the service industry in the US, we're talking about hotels at the menial level. Okay? We're talking about restaurants in the back, right? The kitchen in particular. We talk about janitorial services. Construction. Yeah, construction. But you see, someone pointed out to me some weeks ago that really and truly, the same people that they are going to pick up, allegedly, there's a strong possibility that said people are going to be used as free labor. No, saw some stories, so the cost of things won't go up, right? That's what the people them are argue. Also, I saw a story, or a couple stories rather, and I'm not sure if anyone else saw them, with relation to the help that is being given to fighting the fires in California. That prisoners allegedly are being used to the tune of some hundreds of them and are being paid somewhere between $1 something per hour up to $5, no, per day, sorry, up to $5 and something per day. And the concern was expressed that how is it you can use incarcerated people to fight fires, right, to work alongside firefighters, but when them do get out of jail after having served their term, their prison term, the same firefighting institution now go hire them because them have a criminal record. Also, further to that, or to add to that, and I think we had the story here. It was a news article about prisoners working in McDonald's. The same McDonald's, or I should say fast food industry, allegedly, the same fast food chain that if you have a criminal past, you can't get a job there. So something that makes sense to me. How that work? How does that work? I'm not good enough to get an honest pay for an honest day's work, but I'm good enough to get insufficient pay. You know what? Welcome to the USA.
Yeah, my problem with this illegal immigration thing, I feel like both sides, both Democrats and Republicans are like playing mind games with people. Yeah, because one of the things that I'm worried about, it's like an underground thing that I don't even think Republicans are talking or Democrats are really talking much about, is about the abuse. In particular, women, millions of women that are illegal in America are being abused every day, right? And if you're in America, just imagine a young woman from anywhere in Latin America or even just say the Caribbean, you're illegal and you're used on one of these farm programs, right? These farms. We have seen people that go to America, go to Canada legally, are counted for. They're not doing anything illegal, and they abused and the inhumane conditions that they have to live in. Just imagine what the ones that are illegal are living in. And when you come on to women and SA, like I've heard some nightmare. Like my sister told me about someone that we grew up with, that her mother and her sister left Jamaica, went to America, and they were there illegally. And three of them, the mom and the two sisters, end up being with one man that the man looked like crocodile. My sister explained, oh, the man ugly. And yeah, that's how ugly him looked, like crocodile. Not appealing. But the mother and the two daughters were with him because they're illegal. Him beat one of the daughters almost to death. And they didn't want to report it because the fear of being deported. And they had to report it because she was close to death. So these are the things that women are going through in America if they're illegal. So I don't know. They have to find a way. America needs work, obviously. Find a way to get people on a special type of visa to come and work. And if there's a pathway to citizenship, then so be it. If not, then they work and they go home and they come back and work, just like farm work, just like cruise ship, any other programs that you'll have. But yeah, they're just messing around with people.
I'm glad you brought up the point where both parties are to be held accountable. And here's the thing, James. Can they fix immigration? Yes. Will they fix it? No. Why? They need immigration to be a talking point upon which they can campaign. And they need it to stir our emotions and what have you. One uses it to drive fear, and another uses it to instill hope. That's it. That is it. But there are two on one where I said the two of them are the same thing. None no different from the other. They only make us think they're different. But really and truly, if they fix it, then what I'm going to campaign on. But let us be reasonable. If they fix this, how are they going to really have our ears? Because what is the number one thing that they campaigned on this election? What was the number one concern this election, this past election?
Yeah, it's like they're scammers. Just imagine somebody come to you and say head or tail. Let's play a game, head or tail. But the coin only have two head. So you can never win. Every time you flip the coin is head. You know, and that's what they're doing. Both parties messing around with people.
Economy, same thing. And you know, interesting enough, as we're talking about the economy and how you said the price of nothing not going to go down, which is true. It's not going to go down. It's only going to keep going up, right? How is it the lotto going go up to $5 minimum for a ticket? Talking about the inflation that is affecting lotto. Why is it that the lotto is announcing that in 2025 the price of a lotto ticket is going to go up to $5? Who remembers when it was $1? Now we're facing $5 for a lotto ticket. How did inflation, or how does inflation affect the cost of a lotto ticket? What go up for them? By the way, California, I still need to understand how Uno always a win the big jackpot them over desert. Talking about the glitch in Uno system, please and thank you. Allegedly. Just find it very weird that California has been the one winning the huge jackpots. Whenever it get to $1 billion, here comes California. And do you even know who the winners are? Did anybody collect the last money? Let me behave myself. Let me behave myself. Tell me what the increase in a lotto ticket price for. Una stifle my dream. Me have to struggle to find $3 for pay for one lotto ticket. Now only when carried up to $5. So now time I said lotto ticket is not for me, for the rich. Only the rich are going to be able to afford lotto tickets. All right. Next up, we have an update. So hold on, we finished with this one now. Yes. So, Mr. Biden, Uncle Joe, thank you so much for signing off on that. It is our hope that our president-elect, once he takes office next week, won't just go in the drawer, pull out the thing and sign it for what you call it, executive order for revocation. Because I know when we had the story about Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, when they were disgracefully talking about the Haitian community there, falsely accusing them of acts that no such thing was going on up there. They were targeted as though they're going to clean them up, get them out of Springfield, reverse whatever protective status they were on, and send them back to Haiti. So I really and truly hope that this will not be revoked, and that, but you know, the hypocrisy of it all, because doesn't the president-elect, or he probably doesn't, I don't think there's any undocumented person that works at any Trump hotel. Yeah, I don't think so. No. How could he? Right? Would be such a shame. And what about the vineyards of his son-in-law? Yes, the great vineyards. Of course, for the wine company. Um, they don't use undocumented. No, 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 no. Everybody there is of legal status, right? I hope. I really hope because it would be such a shame that you go to Mar-a-Lago and you would find an undocumented person there, or you'd go to any of the hotels, even on the golf courses, no undocumented people picking out the weeds out of the grass and seeing to it that the turf looks good. Yeah.
What one person I know Jamaicans are hoping get deported is Foota Hype.
Finally, you know what? You know what? My God. Next one. Next story. You know what? James put a cause a comment upon himself. Remember me tell you that because he don't know if he just keep him out shut sometimes and chat too much. But anyway, next up, JetBlue stowaways bodies were badly decomposed, raising possibility they were there for multiple flights, according to a report. This one courtesy of independent.co.uk. The bodies of the stowaways who rode to Florida in a JetBlue airplane's landing gear compartment were reportedly decomposed when they were found by airport staff, according to a report. The remains of the men were found on Monday inside the compartment after a JetBlue plane landed in Fort Lauderdale at the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. An airline worker was inspecting the landing gear when they stumbled onto the deceased stowaways. A gate technician in the landing gear area noticed two males who appear to be Signal 7, advising that they are not moving in the landing gear area. Signal 7 is a police radio code used to describe a dead body. The flight departed Jamaica earlier in the day, leading to some speculation that the men who died are Jamaican, although there has been no official identification. So clearly, in my humble opinion, them are not Jamaican. Now, I have a question. How many of you have sat at the gate of whatever airline you're going to take, right? Waiting on the plane. And have you ever noticed the ground staff, and how they move around and everything, right? Even the pilot, you will see walking around and checking certain things. So for these bodies to be in a decomposed state from Jamaica to what was the flight pattern again? Okay, so
NYC.
from
New York.
Jamaica to New York, from New
Yeah,
York to
exactly.
Salt Lake City, from Salt Lake City to New York, and then from New York to Fort Lauderdale. You're telling me
No pre-flight
nobody checked?
checks.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you. Thank you. Mhm.
I can understand maybe there is normally a pre-flight check. There is no way they don't do pre-flight checks. There's no way.
So they need to go back a couple of days then, Adesoji, because if they're saying that the A320 departed from Kingston just after 1 a.m., it flew to the JFK International Airport in New York, right? From there, it went to Salt Lake City around 7:30 a.m. and made a return flight just before 7 p.m. in its final flight of the day. It took from New York to Florida. So within a 24 to 36 hour window, you can't have a decomposed body in that state. Sorry. Sorry. How long have they been there? So go back and check the flight manifest, please. Retrace the flight beyond Jamaica. Don't be so quick to say Jamaica, the people it could have possibly happened from, because in this article they're saying if they climbed into the landing gear compartment in Jamaica, they likely did not survive the plane's first stop. And yes, that is true. They wouldn't survive it.
And they would have fallen out.
But decomposed bodies, they've been in there longer. And then we need to turn our attention to the ground crew that is supposed to do inspection, pre-inspection. No, let me explain something to you. And this is coming from official sources, someone who is an engineer, a lead engineer with an airline. Do you know that if you have taxied away from the gate, and let us say you're going down the runway, you're approaching the runway for takeoff, and something happens, whether mechanical wise, or let us say for some reason you're called back to the gate. Do you know you have to do inspection again? A thorough inspection again has to be done. Not because one was done before you initially moved off. No, when you come back to the gate, a thorough inspection. Ground crew cannot leave. So if your shift has ended, right? So if the engineer shift done and them call him back, I have to turn around and go back because the plane was called back to the gate. And them have to do a thorough check through from the cabin, from the cockpit, cabin, all the way to the back of the plane. On the outside, everything has to be checked. So the outside crew drop the ball at these different locations for JetBlue. I'm sorry. These bodies were already there in Jamaica, so nobody in Jamaica never see them. All right, them get to New York. Nobody at JFK never see them. Okay, them get to Salt Lake City. Nobody that's never see them. All right, then go back to New York. Nobody never check that. So when they reach a Florida, that's all get checked. Interesting comment. Interesting comment. Yeah. So that is the update. We're yet to find out who these people are and where they originated from. And as I said, all of it is go back to the flight manifest and see all the flight patterns of this aircraft, this particular aircraft. Not something that should be hard to do because you have to keep a record, right? All right. That article closes out stories out of North America. It is now time for our business and tech news. Where are you, business and tech news? Please and thank you. Come to the front. It is your turn. Oh, hold on a second. Before we get to business and tech news, I think we have something here. Hold on a second. No. It's business and tech news. Sorry. Time for business and tech news brought to you by Grant Coffee House from our cups, from our farms to your. Maybe shut up and play the people them video. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. All right, first story out of our business and tech segment. Meta nixes diversity and inclusion program as it prepares for second Trump administration. So DEI is dead everywhere now, huh? Okay. So according to the Associated Press via WSBN, joining companies such as John Deere and Walmart, Facebook and Instagram's parent company Meta Platforms Inc. is getting rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion program that includes hiring, training, and picking vendors. That's according to a company spokesperson making the confirmation on Friday. The move, which was first reported by Axios, comes on the heels of the social media giant's decision to end its third-party fact-checking program and scale back policies on hate speech and abuse. Citing an internal memo sent to employees, Axios said the Menlo Park, California-based tech giant said the U.S. Supreme Court, and I quote, has recently made decisions signaling a shift in how courts will approach DEI. The term DEI has also become charged in part because it is understood by some as a practice that suggests preferential treatment of some groups over others. In practice, this means Meta will no longer have a team focused on diversity, inclusion, and the company said it will instead focus on how to apply fair and consistent practices that mitigate bias for all no matter your background. The company will also end its diverse slate approach to hiring, which meant that a diverse pool of candidates was considered for every open position. Other companies that have curbed DEI programs recently include McDonald's and automaker Ford, as well as Walmart and farm equipment maker John Deere. Amazon also said it is halting some of its DEI programs, although it did not specify which ones. In a December 16 memo to employees that Amazon shared on Friday, Kendall Castleberry, a senior human resources executive, said the company has been winding down outdated programs and materials, and we're aiming to complete that, or we were aiming to complete that by the end of 2024. So, how does this affect Meta? How does that affect the folks working at Meta and desirous of working at Meta? I can embrace the part that says mitigate bias for all, no matter your background, but will it be fair going forward? Can we expect that the right thing will happen? Can we expect that? Can we expect that we will walk into any company that has abandoned DEI practices? Can we expect that when we walk in there, we're going to see an even Steven fleet or pool of employees? Can we expect that? Or are we going to see more or less of one group versus another? Why are you laughing at us, Adesoji? I don't like that you're laughing at me. Me feel away.
I mean, he's going to Javed State, so Javed can best tell us what sort of practices they carry out there.
Why are you troubling Javed? It's too early for that. Don't trouble Javed. Please don't trouble Javed.
Did I say something?
Don't trouble Javed. You're picking on Hot Wheels. You're picking on Hot Wheels.
Broom, broom.
You're picking on Hot Wheels State. Listen, I'm okay now. I'm okay. Strip away the DEI. Strip it away. But make sure when you're not doing any hiring, on a fear, on a only take people who will fit your idea of what your workforce should look like. And then again, we have to be careful because they may very well say, you know what, yes, we employ everybody. But when you, hey, see, no, call centers. Let's take a little look at call centers. When you go on a call center floor, you are more inclined to see one hue, right? And that includes those on manning the phones and supervisors and managers, right? But the director usually is of another hue. As you move across from department to department, and once you get up to the executive level, we know there's a very
It gets
slight,
cloudy.
yes, it gets cloudy. Yes, I like that one, Adesoji. It gets cloudy. The higher you elevate, the more clouds you see. I don't want to know that with the stripping away of DEI and a company saying, yes, we hire everyone. I don't want to know that everyone that looks like me is in the janitorial department or what they call the environmental department, like at some hospitals, right? People of color, I don't want to see us, right, only in certain positions. And then when you get to another position, you only see certain people of another hue. Right? And the people who are in one position of one hue can never get to the other side. Hey. Yeah, so let's talk about that. Let us talk about that. Hold on 1 second, folks. 1 second, 1 second. 1 second here. Let me just respond to a text real quick. Okay. Waiting for a response. Okay, so yeah, that's all I'm saying on that one. Next up, go ahead, go ahead.
I mean, you can't aim to touch the clouds.
I can't evaporate. I can't evaporate. No?
No. Evaporate. No, no, no. You know what they say? Reach for the stars.
Oh, Lord. Reach for the stars. All right, next up. New York governor wants to limit hedge funds from buying up homes. Thank you for sending this one over, Mr. President. Can you imagine? Hedge funds buying up homes. All right. Courtesy of AP News via Yahoo Finance. New York Governor Kathy Hochul on Thursday said she will push for new laws to make it harder for hedge funds to purchase large numbers of single family homes in the state. In a statement, she said she would propose legislation this year that would require a 75-day waiting period before large investment firms could place bids on new homes hitting the market and limit certain tax benefits when the firms purchase homes. 75 days. Let me tell you something. Kathy, I gotta tell you the truth. It's not gonna make a difference, right? I'm gonna tell you why it's not gonna make a difference. Because you're not gonna stop them. I'm gonna tell you why. Walk with me for a second, Kathy. Come here. I can be a seller. I can be a developer. I can say, okay, let's not even take it to the level of developer. I'm selling my home, right? And I can say here in New York, my home, I want to sell it. RoSolo has come along and RoSolo says, I want to purchase this home because she noticed the price is right within her budget. She ran her numbers, spoke with her mortgage broker, spoke with her realtor. And yes, she can afford this home for $1.2 million. But hedge fund reach out to me and say, we would like to purchase that home for 1.75 million. What? We can get it for 1.75 million? I can easily find a reason to break my contract with RoSolo. I can give her back her deposit and tell her I don't want to move forward with her. And I don't have to give her a reason. Right? Another one. You go onto a developer's property and you say, you know what, I want to purchase that home. And of course, it's cheaper if you get it pre-construction. And you put your deposit down, right? And then you're waiting, you're anxious, you're happy. Your house is going to be built. You're going to be the first one to live in that home. And the builder can come up, with any reason to tell you that they can't move forward. Why? Because this hedge fund person reach out and say, hey, we want to buy 10 homes and we're going to buy them at this price, right? And the seller, of course, wants to go for the higher price point, what he looks at as being beneficial. And he might devise ways and means to, squirm his way out of doing the deal with you. So, Kathy, let me explain something. That 75-day waiting period no mean nothing. Me, the seller or developer, can ride out that 75-day and still turn around and get it sold to a hedge fund. Unless I'm missing something, unless she has another way to see to it that them not get it.
Yeah, moments. I think, they have to do something. The politicians or the government, and it's a problem that is more prevalent in North America than anywhere else in the world, right? I heard some report about Atlanta that there's this one hedge fund company that bought out out of like the houses that went up on the market, they bought out about 30 or more percentage of the houses. One company
Mm-hmm.
that bought out all of those places, and it's something that it started happening, I would say, 10 years ago, because the pre-construction thing in particular, like in Canada, right? In Toronto, they target major cities,
Mm-hmm.
Toronto, New York, and Atlanta, these major cities. In Toronto, before I came to Canada, like about 15 years ago, I met someone, a nurse, that what used to happen, the pre-construction market, you go in the pre-construction, and if you have enough money, you can buy 2 properties pre-construction.
Mm-hmm.
In the 2 years that it take to develop those properties, the value will go up by about 20-25%. And then so this person used to flip those houses.
Mm-hmm.
What the government did was made it impossible for the small man and woman to buy, to invest in pre-construction, because they brought in a law where if you have more than one house, it's become like an investment property, and the government take about half of your money in taxes. That's what they did. But the investment, these companies now, in particular, like you have companies from China, and some of these companies, they come in, and because the government disrupt the pre-construction market, these companies came in. So if you're building 500 properties, the companies can fund half of them, and then when that development is finished, they have all of these properties, and they are not affected the same way that the small man and woman are affected.
Mm-hmm.
And they turn around, flip these properties. And what is happening now, these hedge fund companies are now pushing people out of Airbnb. They have a lot of properties now that are on the market that are Airbnb, and they're not run by mom and pop people. They are run by hedge funds. So when you see like major cities like Toronto, like New York, like LA, and other places, when they say there's a housing shortage,
Mm-hmm.
there's no housing shortage.
There's none.
These hedge fund companies have all of these properties sitting on, and they're pushing people out of Airbnb now. And these companies are making billions of dollars on these properties with Airbnb also. So the government need to do something about it.
I've said this before, though. I said it before. When Kamala Harris was talking about the opportunity for people to own homes because of the rebate or incentive that they were going to be given. I know even before she said that, I said there is no housing shortage in this country. There isn't any. I mean, I don't want nobody feels that there's a housing shortage. There is none. Greed is the problem we have. Why it will appear as though we have a housing shortage. Yeah, RoSolo spoke about it. Thanks for the reminder, Javed. RoSolo spoke about it, the issue up there in Atlanta, and we've seen it on the news. They go in and they buy up these communities, and then they turn around and rent the properties to people, these single family homes. But they made it bad. They made it bad for the whole sector. Poor decision making, but then again, I don't know. I don't know. And what they do too is they make it hard for people who want to own their first home, right? Um, because they kind of dictate the prices. Not kind of. They dictate the prices. Yeah.
And it's bad because these companies are not just North American hedge fund companies, right? Like we've seen Russian companies involved also, like that nobody would have known until Russia and Ukraine thing, that the war kicked off, and you saw them started seizing asset in Canada, in America, like across different states and province. They have seized billions of dollars from Russian oligarchs. And that's how we found out that a lot of these, like their hotels, their condos, their like all of these places that went up, that were funded by oligarchs, and nobody knew. So they need to do something.
Well, let us see. Yeah. And the truth is, you can't compete with a hedge fund person to buy a house. And me, the seller, Me go which part me can get the money. You think now, it's very few sellers you're gonna find where have a conscience and say, something. No, I want RoSolo to have this home. This is her first home. She's just starting out to her life. Young person. I want her to, have something.
But moments, there is other aspects to it. One, they're pushing up the prices of rent because they have monopolies in certain areas. Not only that, they're legitimately taking over HOAs.
Mm-hmm.
So they are setting the policies for the HOAs.
Yeah.
And as such, some of the same people who are just the regular owners, sometimes they get in problems not because they can't pay their mortgage, but because they're violating the HOAs, and then the HOAs want to take their properties and sell it. And who is buying it? The same companies who is controlling the HOAs, right? And these are the stuff you see happening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's so difficult to compete with them.
I don't know. Regulations should have been put in place. But then again, why are we surprised? Because there's no regulating body to say a house cannot cost more than a certain amount of money. None. So I can build a house and it costs me probably 100,000 to build a house, but me can sell it for $1 million, and nobody can tell me me can't sell it for $1 million. Isn't that
That's okay when the market is deciding that. When there is demand and supply, and that's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But when the market is being rigged by a few players, hence the reason why Karl Marx had said capitalism would consume itself.
Oh, but remember, they don't like the word Marxism. It's a bad word, right? Because they don't understand what Marxism is.
No, but even forget about Marxism. If you look from the financial meltdown time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had, when in a market economy, in a capitalist economy, inefficient businesses would fail, new businesses would emerge to take their place.
Mm-hmm.
But when those inefficient businesses failed, the US government came in and said they were too big to fail. So then you use a socialist construct, which is you're taking the taxpayers, the masses' money, to bail out the capitalists. You understand? The investors or the people that own these big companies that are too big to fail. So you're supporting the inefficiencies. But what happened is you bail them out when they're in trouble, but when they made profits, they keep it. So then it's an incentive for them to take more risky positions.
Mm-hmm.
And the more risky positions they take, the higher the probability that you have to continue to bail them out.
Mm-hmm.
So you create, I don't even think we live in a true market economy or capitalist economy anymore, because the whole basis of it has just changed. It's like, that's a different stuff. It's like capitalism on one side is being supported by socialism on the other side. No, serious, because you're using all the people's resources to keep these people doing the nonsense.
Yeah. When will it end, huh?
Yeah, Darnell, as you say, I think America created a new type of capitalism, because the thing is, like, capitalism in itself is not necessarily like a bad thing. Like, the consumers drive where your economy goes, right? But I think America created a different type of capitalism where they determine the result of what is going on. It's almost like a monopoly type of, like a merger between capitalism and socialism type, where they determine the outcome, and like there's no competition because the competition is bought by the competition. So there's no competition. So it's not, so like if you are saying like, oh, I'm fed up with iPhone, so let me go to Android. The same people, own both companies. So capitalism is no longer exists in America. So I don't know.
I don't even mind that. But my thing is, when they fail, you should allow them to crash.
That means settle.
Allow them to crash and burn. Let the economy adjust, and let new efficient people and smaller business come, take their position and build again. Because that is the construct of a capitalist society.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. And it is now time for us to move on to our next segment. It is time for our health and science news. Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Thank you, Coffee and Toe. We are back live with you. It is Coffee and Toe World News on the go and time for health and science news. So, hey, meat eaters, your gut health can rival a vegan's. We have this one courtesy of NPR. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Are home to trillions of microbes that have a profound influence on our overall health. Now, a new study finds that whether you're vegan, vegetarian, or an omnivore, the key to a healthy gut microbiome is the same. NPR's Maria Godoy explains.
The bacteria in our gut are tiny, but their impact is mighty. Gut microbes break down food that your body can't digest. And in turn, they produce chemical messengers that influence everything from your blood sugar levels to your immune system. Some of these messengers can boost health, others can hinder it. It all depends on what you feed your microbes.
The microbiome modulates the effect of diet on our health. This basically decides our health status.
That's Nicola Sagata. He's a researcher at the University of Trento in Italy who uses genomic sequencing to study the microbiome. He and an international team of colleagues wanted to know how different diet patterns shape the kind of microbes that dominate the gut. So they analyzed stool samples from more than 21,000 people in 3 countries, the US, the UK, and Italy, who followed different diets.
We looked at these 3 dietary patterns, vegan, vegetarians, and omnivores.
And what they found is the more plant-based foods people ate, the more gut bacteria they had that are linked with better health, such as less inflammation and a stronger immune system. The good news for meat eaters is that when it comes to good bacteria, their microbiomes looked a lot like those of vegans and vegetarians, so long as they ate lots of plants. Hannah Holscher is a microbiome researcher at the University of Illinois who was not involved in the study.
So what the researchers are essentially saying is that eating an array of plant-based foods is more important than strictly adhering to a vegan or vegetarian diet pattern.
In other words, it's the overall quality of the diet that counts. The study is one of the largest of its kind. Holscher, who is also a dietitian, says it adds to existing evidence that supports advice nutritionists love to give. For better health, eat the rainbow.
Meaning lots of different types of colorful plant foods. Think tomatoes, butternut squash, pineapple, avocado, broccoli and kale, blueberries and eggplant. And really don't forget about those whole grains, nuts, seeds, and legumes.
She says a simple goal is to eat 5 different plant-based foods every day. Think about making bean soups with lots of vegetables or mixing up some pears or berries in your salad.
Make some overnight oats before you go to bed. When you're leaving for work in the morning, you're looking around, what can you toss into your bag? An apple, an orange, a banana.
She says, give yourself as many opportunities as possible to snack on more plants every day. Maria Godoy, NPR News.
All right.
So in short, they're telling you to eat more like a vegan.
No, balance out the thing. Balance out the thing. We don't. So question
Look at these
is,
sample moments. The countries that take this sample from, it's like one country, Italy, the UK, the US. It's more or less the same kind of, when you then vary, go to Latin America, Africa, and vary the regions to get a more balanced report.
oh boy. You're going to behave yourself. You're going to behave yourself.
So the poor police have spoken.
Where is the Adesoji?
You gotta give him a ticket. You have to give him a ticket. Make sure he's eating your colored plants, They spend the whole time talking about eating colored plants, moments. But they're saying you had the same biome as the vegetarian because you're eating the colored plants.
So hold on a second. AT put something in the chat. Blue zone foods. So it's the first time hearing that term. So let me look it up. Blue zone foods. Blue zone foods. Well, all right. So blue zone foods. See, I'm out of touch with reality. What are the 5 pillars of the blue zone diet? Okay, the basic pillars of the blue zone diet are plant slant, retreat from meat, fish is fine, diminish dairy, occasional egg, daily dose of beans, slash sugar, snack on nuts, sour on bread, go wholly whole, eat super blue foods, and drink mostly water. So, what's this? Hold on, I'm digging up here. Hold on, no, bear with me 1 second. 80. Put more. Okay, blue zone areas where many live to be centenarians. Okay, where's that? Somewhere on the other side of the world, because surely ain't around here. Our life expectancy this side is 70 something. So which countries can we let us explore their diets, right? Where they live healthier. As a matter of fact, there is one country or an island. I want to believe it's in the South Pacific, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, where they have no diseases, nothing.
Yeah, that would make sense. Pacific.
Yeah.
You
No
said
cancer,
you said
nothing. Go ahead.
you said dish to dairy, right? And snack on nuts.
Adesoji, we are on YouTube. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. And that story rounds out our health and sad segment. It is now time. It is now
Today's
time.
Comedy Monday.
I'm telling you, Manic Monday. Let's just call it that. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. All right. We have a believe it or not story, which, Lord have mercy. Javed sent this one over. And let me tell you something, when you read some stories, you feel like you I have to be mindful of what I say. I just remembered we are on YouTube Live, so I have to censor myself. So this next story, a Houston man who FaceTimed his girlfriend while he killed his their 2-year-old daughter, convicted of capital murder. Jati sent this one over. It is courtesy of KHOU 11. Let's go ahead and take a listen, and I hope there is no ad. Let me make sure I hit play first and see to it. Okay, there is an ad. I just need to have the ad run through. Yeah. Okay, I can skip the ad. Let's take a listen.
For a little girl killed while her father led deputies on a 45-minute chase all across Harris County.
DeAndre Flanagan was convicted of capital murder today after family members say he strangled his daughter while on FaceTime with her mother and grandfather during a jealous rage. Matt Doherty was in the courtroom as the jury read the verdict, and tonight he has reaction from the little girl's mother and grandfather. Matt.
We saw the killer's rage on full display this afternoon outside of the courtroom in the hallway when he went after one of our photojournalists. Take a look. Luckily, photojournalist Mark Lawyer says he only jammed a finger during the defendant's outburst in the hallway of the courthouse this afternoon. Although DeAndre Flanagan's ankles were shackled by leg irons, his hands were allowed to be free during the trial so as not to prejudice the jury. Nonetheless, it took jurors less than 2 hours to convict Flanagan, finding him guilty of killing his 2-year-old daughter.
And I told him that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, which that's where he's going to be.
Curtis Watson says he always tried to give Flanagan the benefit of the doubt when he was dating his daughter, Kirsten. Later, the couple had a baby girl, Zavia. But the dad says the relationship wasn't working, and Flanagan told Watson he wanted to start seeing other women. Not long after that, Curtis Watson says Flanagan showed up and started going through his daughter's phone and became enraged when he learned she was talking to other men. On March 21st, 2020, Flanagan picked up 2-year-old Zavia from daycare, then went to the Walmart where Kirsten worked. He allegedly attacked her, took her phone, and sped off with their daughter. Later, Flanagan called Kirsten and Curtis Watson on FaceTime. The grandfather and mother of the girl watched in horror as Flanagan strangled Zavia right before their eyes as police were chasing him.
Although her life is gone, she still lives on in us every day.
Kirsten Watson asked that we not show her face when she spoke with us about her daughter tonight.
She was my best friend and not just my daughter. Her smile could light up anyone's darkest days.
Curtis Watson shared some of the victim impact statement he read to Flanagan after the verdict.
You rewarded us by hurting and killing my granddaughter, Zavia. You might have taken her last breath, but you cannot kill her spirit, her memory, or her name.
Tonight, a deputy brought Flanagan the change of clothes he'll be wearing from now on. Curtis Watson says Flanagan is pure evil, and he's grateful the man who killed his granddaughter is exactly where he's supposed to be. In downtown, I'm Matt Doherty, KHOU 11 News.
Javed, thank you. Jati, thank you for sending that one over. Let me tell you something, it's in times like these where I have to ask God to forgive me of my thoughts, because we're in cases like this where the evidence is undeniable, cannot be disputed in any way, shape, or form. Spending the rest of his life in jail, living off of taxpayer money while his daughter is dead. This woman's daughter is dead. Yeah, I have concerns. He unalived this child, innocent child. You wanted to see other women, but she not to talk to nobody else. She must sit down and wait for you. And because you realize that she's talking to somebody else, you become enraged. You say you don't want to be in the relationship. You say you want to explore your options. You want to go sow your royal oats. You want to go have the time of your life. So what? She must just sit down there like a figurine on a cabinet.
Could you send me that tape, please?
It's just pure wickedness, and it took them, I think, 2 years to convict him or whatever.
It shouldn't have taken that long. It should not have taken them that long. That thing angered me when I saw it. You said, Adesoji, you want it? Hold on, let me grab it.
Hold on. How come when he was being taken into court, he was still allowed to somewhat get close to people to attack them? How does that happen? Usually you walk in through by a side door where the judge is.
I don't know. I really don't know.
You sent me the meat eaters one.
Which one? Oh, you want the... Oh, which one did I send you? Oh, the wrong one. Hold on.
No.
I think Adesoji is so excited to go vegan, huh?
I'm sorry, Adesoji. I'm sorry. You know what, Mr. President? Ooh, I almost clapped back with somebody. I realized I'm on YouTube. You got me there. You got me there. YouTube has saved you now. YouTube really has saved you. Thank God we're on YouTube, right, Mr. President?
My response was ready, but it had to be mitigated.
I hope I sent you the right one, Adesoji. I hope I sent you the right one.
Yes, you did.
All right, good. It's time for us to go into our lifestyle segment. Oh, wait. Where's my ticker? Here it is, lifestyle. Let me go ahead and grab this story. May that little girl's soul rest in peace, and may her mother be healed from the pain that she will forever feel. Oh boy. Okay, next up. Now, this is relationship goals. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one. Lifestyle, where are you? Let me turn the volume back up on this one. Here we go.
I'm very fortunate. The man that I am married to, Senator Vincent Hughes, 7th Senatorial District of Philadelphia, He has his own life. I have my own life. He has his own real career. I have my own real career. He has his stand in. I have my light to stand in. So he is not looking at me thinking about status or this or that. He's doing his thing. I get to do my thing. We also live in separate places. When I go to see him, love to see him. When it's time to leave, bye-bye, see you soon. I'm telling you, life is good. Perfect. I get to be the real good wife.
So when I came across that video on TikTok, I was like, wow. But what was more interesting for me is the comments. The comments that were under the video. I'm addicted to, well, of course, we all love when she speaks. Not that one, not that one. We live in separate places, an introvert's dream. I get it. Two successful people will probably have an unconventional marriage, especially if their successes are in two different fields. Good for them. Another person said, my mom once said the best home for marriage would be a duplex. Somebody else said, my boyfriend and I are neighbors. I've never been so at peace, y'all. Another one says, yeah, she's living the dream. Somebody else, my boyfriend doesn't understand this. I'm just asking for my own bedroom and he's having a fit about it. What's your take on this type of unconventional marriage? Are you okay with you and your spouse living in separate places, living two separate lives, and then you see each other along the way?
Yes, as an English gentleman, yes, we approve.
You approve? Wow. Pray tell.
Very much so. Because once the lady retires to her quarters, she belongs in her quarters, and the gentleman will retire to his boudoir.
Too much of the royal family, because you know that's what happens. The king and queen do not sleep in the same room unless it's time to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To, you know.
No, sir. I think you're opening up, if you're not careful, you're opening up a portal for
For what?
inexcusable behavior.
No. Far from it. Far from it.
You don't think
You do know what they say. You do know what they say. Absence makes the heart go fonder. So,
but you don't think you're running a risk of
but when you're constantly seeing each other, you know, there'll be niggles, there'll be like, oh, you know, I don't like the way you sleep.
That's a part of relationships.
You snore, you don't spoon enough. Nah. Go to your bed. I shall retire to mine. And if the deed needs to be done, we'll talk about it over dinner.
It said, no moments. If she wants to go. Yep, less arguments. But how do you learn to how do you learn how to tolerate each other? There's no such thing as a perfect relationship, right? No
Yes.
such thing.
And
However, you're stronger together and you have to learn each other. So
We
every
have
time
to-
there's
we-
a conflict, you run to your boudoir and I run to mine, or you run to your castle and I run to mine.
No, I mean, you are together. You don't have to be physically together at all times. You go to work. You go to whatever it is you do that gives you fulfillment. But you see each other. You know you're seeing each other. In a couple of hours, we'll see you. I retire to my bed, you know. I do reading at night. I don't want you, you know, banging your head on my books. Although that would paint a very good picture, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But still,
but I don't think you have to be in separate places. But you know what?
No, I mean, the
So okay, Adesoji. All right, you and I live in the same house. You like reading. I consider reading boring. Okay, I rather listen. I like audio. Right.
Okay.
So I know I learn your behavior. I learn you know how you what makes you tick, and we come to an agree. You know, we don't have to come to a verbal agreement, but it becomes an understanding. All right. You like to read. I know he likes to get his reading in between, let's say, 8 o'clock at night to 10 o'clock at night. All right, I'll let you be. Do you think I'll go do my thing? But at 10 o'clock, we in the same bed together. Me not see why you go and sleep in a one different place from me. No.
No, okay. It's not that you don't share the bed. Regular. You don't share the bed Monday through. Now, you share the bed occasionally. It could be in the course of the week. It could be at the weekend. But Monday to Tuesday, nah. I mean, some people. Yeah, I mean, some people are also not morning people. They're like, oh, who is this? You know.
Oh wow. AT say you must provide space to breathe without interruption. That happens. Okay, let me look at my situation. My husband loves football. Right? I'm not a football fan. I'll watch occasionally, right? But I'm not a football fan. So I let him be. I let him do his thing. I will go to bed and I will leave him watching football. I want him ready to come to in bed. But why do we have to have two separate bedrooms? Why? All right. So what? I snore. Deal with it. If you're going to love me, you're going to love all of me. You're not going to pick and choose what you want to love about me. And I'm going to sit and pick and choose what to love about you, Adesoji.
No, it's coming to terms with the person that you're dealing with. The arrangement in itself of space is quite a liberating thing. It's very liberating. It's not, I think the way we're looking at it, or the way society tends to look at that kind of space is, do we appreciate each other or do we own each other? Which is it?
Appreciate each other.
Okay, so if we appreciate each other, then appreciate that you need space, I need space.
Yeah, I'll give you space when you got to work.
Oh my gosh.
I'll give you space when you go to work. You go and the occasional vacation where, okay, you and your boys want to go hang out. Sure, go on now. I'm not there. Or you want to take a boys trip. Yeah, fine. That's okay. But to make it a... No, sir. Snoring has caused divorces and our separate rooms. No, sir. You're going to sleep right here. So one of we go to sleep before the other. Whoever... don't like the story, drop asleep before me. I don't know. I don't know. So is this the new way, or has this? Well, it you know.
I want to join in the conversation if y'all can hear me.
Yes, John.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
I'm doing my lunchtime walk, so excuse the noise.
No, that's okay. What's she gone? Where's John
Oh my
gone?
God.
Okay.
No, this big noisy truck just turned the corner.
Go ahead,
So can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we can hear you loud and clear.
So I think back in the day, right, men and women used to have separate beds, right? Sometimes separate bedrooms. And in all honesty, I have moments where
Ja, you're breaking up really bad. Really, really bad. We're not hearing you. Where is Ja? Is it me or is it Ja?
She's in the woods.
Yeah, Ja, you're in the woods. You're really in the woods.
Yeah, just be mindful of those mooses, right? It's rotting season.
Ja, we're not hearing anything you're saying. Okay, she left. She's gonna come back in. Yeah, but I guess to each his own. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, embrace it. Embrace the freedom. Embrace the freedom. You know, I mean, think about the beautiful side of it. You're just people should not concentrate on the negatives. The beautiful side of it is, oh, you get to see your betrothed after a couple of days. Like, oh, you know, and then you go off and do your thing. Man, that woman's lucky, man. Damn.
I'm sorry, that wouldn't work for me. Mm-mm. Not gonna work for me. I mean, and I'm not owning anybody, controlling anybody. Uh, we can exist in the same space. We don't need to be east and west. By coastal, no sir. She in LA and him over there on the East Coast. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Oh, that sounds loving. Hey, hello, darling. I'll be flying in for this weekend. I would love to see you. Ta-ta.
Thank you,
I'm
AT.
back. I'm back.
Yay! Okay, let's hear you, Jati. Let's hear you.
So I passed the fire station, so Hot Wheels must have some type of scrambler or something on there. So I was saying, I have moments where I want to spoon, and then I have moments to where I don't want to spoon. I don't know if being apart, living in separate homes, and being married will work for me. I'm okay with the boyfriend and girlfriend type of thing.
Right.
But when we're married, we decided to come together. So why not stay together?
Right.
So why not even be in the same home? And I mean, if he wants to sleep in another room because I'm snoring too loud, in all honesty, I may be okay with that, because I've had boyfriends sometimes where I couldn't sleep next to them because they were snoring too loud and I had to get up and go into another room. Okay? So, but if I'm married to you, we need to be married 100%.
That's how I feel, Ja. Thank you, Ja. Thank you, Ja. I appreciate that. Yeah. But it's a new day, it's a new dawn, and I guess if it works and it will have the marriage survive and there is longevity because of this, by all means, go ahead, do what works for you. Right? You have to know what will work for you and your relationship. I don't consider relationship goals, and I'm not gonna um, force my belief as to how a relationship should work on somebody else when for them it's not practical, right? They would rather have the separation that way, and they would rather have the separation that way and know that their marriage will survive in the long run versus doing it my way and then them constantly at each other's throats and then it dissolves. There's a dissolution of the marriage soon after. So I get it, right?
And I think that's why so many people divorced after COVID too, because they were stuck being in the same house.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, they didn't know because they didn't know each other. I tell you something, Ja, they didn't know each other. They were so busy living their corporate lives, so to speak, or were busy brunching it up always with their friends. So now you're forced to sit with this person. You're both learning each other. You thought you knew each other, but now you're learning each other, and you're really not liking each other.
And that's the issue I'm having with relationship.
They got her again.
If you
it's the
want to
moose.
be in a relationship, if you want to be in a relationship, be in a relationship. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That is my issue. That's my issue I'm having with relationships. If you want to be in a relationship, be in a relationship. If you want to be in a the other term or just a physical relationship, just keep it a physical relationship. But once you say relationship that you want to be with someone, be with that person. Period.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you, Ja. That's how I see it. Yeah, the bi-coastal thing. But I'm happy. I need her to. What she need to do is tell people how she and her husband make it work, right? Because long distance relationships rarely do they work out. Rarely. You know, there's always some extramarital activities.
But you know
Yeah,
the other
but
side of that too. I'm sorry, Adesoji.
no, go on. Go on.
The other side of that too is, you know, that saying that people are marrying for different reasons.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a business.
Valid point. Valid point. Valid point.
I'm done, Adesoji.
Thank you, Jack. Yeah, you know, you and Adesoji can tell us how to make it work. Folks listening, we're just
I plead
joking.
the fifth.
We're just joking. We're just joking. We don't want to get nobody in trouble. And the next thing, they won't be able to retire to their boudoir later on tonight, in a few hours, right?
Yes, because I don't need anyone calling my phone.
You understand? We don't want that at all. All right, folks. Well, that one wraps up our show for today. Yes, episode 4. Yeah, we did it. So we are live tomorrow once again, Coffee in Toe on YouTube, 9:35 a.m. We still have some technical issues to work out so that we can stream simultaneously on QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, and madmusichouse.com. We're going to get it fixed. Trust and believe. We are determined. But for now, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who tuned in on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe and share the live. Encourage others to join us. This is where we're going to be. No turning back. We'll be back tomorrow morning. And of course, a big thank you to our studio audience, courtesy of Fanbase. And Fanbase, I'm going to ask you to hang tight for a second. Thank you. Coffee in Toe is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.